Change your daily thinking. Before asking life for more money. Most people want more money without changing the way they think. That is the problem. A person wakes up every morning with the same habits, the same mindset, the same excuses, and the same emotional reactions, then wonders why life never changes. Money responds to value, discipline, awareness, and mature thinking. If your daily thinking stays weak, confused, negative, and distracted, your financial life will continue to feel heavy. No matter how badly you want success, you cannot think like a person who gives up easily and expect a life filled with growth. You cannot spend hours complaining, doubting yourself, wasting time, avoiding responsibility, and then expect financial freedom to suddenly appear. Life does not work that way. Your results follow your mindset. Your habits follow your mindset. Your actions follow your mindset. The quality of your future follows the quality of your daily thinking. The dangerous part is, this happens quietly. Nobody notices it at first. A person slowly accepts average thinking. They stop believing they can grow. They stop learning. They stop improving. They become comfortable with surviving. Then years pass and nothing changes except more stress, more regret, and more disappointment. Your life changes when your thinking changes first. Before money grows, your awareness must grow. Before income improves, your mindset must improve. Before opportunities appear, your attitude must improve. Successful people train their thinking every single day because they understand something important. The human mind either builds your future or destroys it. Little by little, a person who thinks clearly makes stronger decisions. A person who controls emotions handles pressure better. A person who believes growth is possible keeps moving during difficult seasons. This is why mindset matters so much. It shapes your behavior when nobody is watching. It shapes your standards. It shapes the way you speak to yourself during hard moments. Some people lose financially before they ever lose money because they become negative, bitter, impatient, and careless. They stop believing effort matters. They start looking for shortcuts instead of growth. They become addicted to comfort and distraction. That mindset weakens discipline. Weak discipline weakens action. Weak action creates weak results. Money is deeply connected to personal responsibility. A person who avoids responsibility usually avoids growth too. It is easier to blame family, economy, bad luck, age, background, or circumstances. But responsibility changes everything. The moment you say, "My future depends on me," your thinking starts changing, your energy changes, your focus changes, your standards change. You begin paying attention to how you spend your time. You stop wasting hours doing things that give nothing back to your future. You become more aware of your conversations, your habits, your friendships, and your decisions. You stop feeding your mind garbage every day. You stop entertaining weakness inside yourself. But when you feed your mind discipline, growth, responsibility, confidence, and learning, your mind becomes stronger. You begin feeling more focused. Your decisions become calmer. Your self-respect grows. You stop panicking every time life becomes difficult. A strong mindset does not mean life becomes easy. It means you become emotionally stronger while facing reality. Financial growth requires patience, sacrifice, emotional control, and consistency. Many people want the reward without developing the mindset required to handle the journey. The truth is simple. Your habits reveal your real priorities. Your daily thinking reveals the direction of your future. Every day your mind is either moving closer toward growth or drifting deeper into limitation. Successful people think differently during ordinary moments. They think about improvement while others think about entertainment all day. They think about learning while others think about excuses. They think about discipline while others search for comfort. That difference may seem small in one day, but after years, it completely changes a person's life. You do not need to become perfect overnight. That pressure destroys motivation. But you must become more aware. You must begin catching negative thinking before it controls your behavior. Notice how often you doubt yourself. Notice how quickly you become discouraged. Notice how easily your mood changes after one bad situation. Awareness is the beginning of transformation. Many people never learned how to manage their mind. They react emotionally to everything. One rejection destroys their confidence. One mistake makes them feel worthless. One difficult month makes them think success is impossible. But growth requires emotional maturity. Mature thinking says, "This moment is difficult, but I will continue improving." That sentence alone can change a life. You build financial confidence by keeping promises to yourself. Wake up when you said you would. Finish tasks even when you feel lazy. Learn even when you feel tired. Save money even when you want instant pleasure. Discipline builds self-respect. Self-respect changes the way you think about yourself. A person with self-respect does not tolerate constant excuses. They understand their future matters. They become more intentional with their choices. They stop waiting for motivation and start building structure in their life. Pay attention to conversations. Some conversations drain ambition. Some leave you feeling inspired, focused, and hopeful. Others leave you mentally exhausted, negative, and distracted. Protect your mindset carefully because your future depends on what repeatedly enters your mind. Reading powerful books, listening to wise people, learning valuable skills, and spending time reflecting quietly can reshape your thinking completely. The mind grows through repetition. Daily improvement matters more than temporary motivation. A person who improves 1% daily eventually becomes unrecognizable from their old self. Their confidence grows because they earned it through discipline. Their financial life improves because their thinking improved first. Their relationships improve because emotional maturity improved. Everything begins inside the mind. There will be moments when progress feels slow. That is normal. Some people quit too early because they expected fast results. Real transformation takes time. The human mind requires repetition before change becomes permanent. Stay patient with yourself while remaining disciplined. Do not speak to yourself with constant negativity. Some people destroy their confidence every day through their own words. They say things like, "I always fail. Nothing works for me. I will never succeed." Those words shape identity. Eventually, the brain starts accepting those statements as truths. Speak with honesty, but also strength. Say, "I am improving." Say, "I can learn." Say, "I will become more disciplined," your mind listens to your repeated thoughts carefully. The goal is not just making money. The real goal is becoming the type of person capable of creating value, handling pressure, solving problems, and building stability consistently. That identity creates long-term success. Money without discipline disappears quickly. Money without emotional control creates stress. Money without wisdom creates poor decisions. That is why mindset matters more than temporary results. When your daily thinking becomes stronger, your actions become stronger. When your actions become stronger, your confidence grows. When confidence grows, your standards rise. Then opportunities begin appearing because you finally became prepared to recognize and handle them. Your future changes the moment you stop asking life for rewards while refusing to change your thinking. Growth begins when responsibility begins. Financial freedom begins when mental discipline begins. Strong income begins with strong thinking. Every morning your mindset is either preparing you for growth or preparing you for limitation. Every thought matters, every habit matters, every decision matters. The person you become financially, emotionally, and mentally is being shaped daily by what you repeatedly think about. Change your thinking first, and your life will slowly begin changing with it. Chapter 2. Stop wasting years. Repeating habits that keep you financially stressed. A lot of people are not broke because they are unlucky. They are broke because they repeat the same habits year after year without questioning where those habits are leading them. That truth hurts many people because it forces them to look at themselves honestly. It is painful to realize that some of the stress inside your life was quietly created by your own daily behavior. But honesty is where growth begins. Financial stress does not suddenly appear one morning. It slowly builds through repeated decisions. A person keeps spending carelessly. They avoid learning new skills. They delay important responsibilities. They stay distracted every day. They continue living without structure. Then, one day, pressure becomes heavy and they wonder why life feels difficult all the time. You cannot create a peaceful financial life while repeating habits that destroy stability. Your actions either build security or create struggle. Every day, you are teaching your future how to treat you. Some people spend years trapped inside the same cycle. They wake up tired. They rush through the day emotionally drained. They spend money to feel temporary comfort. They avoid difficult conversations. They ignore opportunities to improve. They waste hours doing things that bring no value to their future. Then they become frustrated watching others grow while their own life stays stuck. Many people are addicted to comfort without realizing it. They only want growth when it feels easy. The moment effort becomes uncomfortable, they return to old behavior. They stop pushing themselves. They stop learning. They stop trying with intensity. Then they wonder why progress disappears. Real growth requires honest self-observation. Sit quietly and study your daily behavior. Study how you spend your mornings. Study your conversations. Study your screen time. Study your spending habits. Study how quickly you give up when something becomes difficult. Your habits reveal the truth about your priorities. Financial stress often begins long before money problems appear. It begins when discipline disappears. It begins when people stop respecting time. It begins when excuses become normal. It begins when comfort becomes more important than growth. There are people who work hard physically but still stay stuck mentally because they never improve their habits outside of work. They finish work, then spend the rest of the evening feeding distraction into their mind. Hours disappear every night. Weeks disappear. Years disappear. Meanwhile, their goals remain unfinished. A strong future requires intentional living. You cannot drift through life emotionally and expect powerful results. Every important area of life demands attention. Your income demands attention. Your health demands attention. Your mindset demands attention. Your habits demand attention. That is why successful people protect their routines carefully. They understand habits shape identity. Once a habit controls your life, it becomes difficult to escape it. A lazy habit weakens ambition. A distracted habit weakens focus. An undisciplined habit weakens self-respect. Many people underestimate how deeply habits affect emotions. A person feels anxious because they constantly avoid responsibility. A person feels frustrated because they keep delaying action. A person loses confidence because they repeatedly break promises to themselves. Emotional pain often grows from repeated self-disappointment. Think about how powerful it feels when you finally complete something you kept avoiding. Your shoulders feel lighter. Your mind feels calmer. Your confidence rises. That emotional strength comes from action. Human beings feel stronger when they face life directly instead of running from it. Financial pressure becomes heavier when people live without planning. Some people spend money emotionally every time they feel stressed. Some avoid budgeting because they fear facing reality. Others keep buying things to fill a void. Those habits quietly create suffering. Those questions create awareness. Awareness creates control. A person without self-control often struggles financially because emotions lead their decisions. They buy carelessly during emotional moments. They quit goals during difficult seasons. They avoid challenges when fear appears. Emotional behavior creates unstable results. Strong habits protect you during emotional moments. A disciplined person still acts responsibly even when motivation disappears. That is real maturity. Anyone can move forward during exciting moments. Real strength appears when life feels frustrating and exhausting. There will never be a perfect moment to become disciplined. There will never be a perfect season to improve your habits. Life remains difficult for everybody in different ways. The question is whether you continue repeating harmful behavior or finally decide to build a stronger life. One powerful decision can change the direction of your future. Waking earlier, reading daily, saving money consistently, learning valuable skills, reducing distractions, exercising regularly, spending less time complaining. Those habits seem simple, but repeated daily, they transform identity. The human brain adapts to repeated behavior quickly. If you repeatedly choose comfort, your brain begins expecting comfort constantly. Effort starts feeling painful. Discipline feels unnatural. Responsibility feels exhausting. But when you repeatedly choose growth, your mind becomes stronger. Discipline begins feeling normal. Improvement becomes part of your identity. That transformation does not happen in 1 week. Many people quit because change feels slow at first, but slow progress still changes your life. A person improving daily eventually becomes mentally, emotionally, and financially stronger than someone who never started. Your environment matters deeply too. Some people stay trapped because everyone around them normalizes weak habits. They are surrounded by negativity, laziness, gossip, excuses, and careless thinking. Eventually, that energy affects their own behavior. Human beings naturally absorb attitudes from their surroundings. Protect your focus. Spend time around people who encourage growth, responsibility, and discipline. Spend time learning from people who improve their life through effort. Conversations influence direction more than people realize. Pay attention to what enters your mind daily. Some people feed their brain endless distraction every night, then wonder why they feel mentally weak every morning. Constant entertainment destroys focus when it becomes excessive. Your mind needs space to think, reflect, learn, and grow. Silence is powerful. Sitting quietly for even a few minutes can reveal habits you keep avoiding. Many people stay busy constantly because they fear facing themselves honestly. But growth requires self-reflection. Ask yourself difficult questions. What habits are keeping me stressed? What behavior keeps damaging my future? What excuses have I repeated for years? Those questions may create discomfort, but they also create awareness. Awareness opens the door to transformation. Stop comparing your beginning to someone else's progress. Focus on becoming stronger than your old self. Every disciplined day matters. Every responsible decision matters. Every hour used wisely matters. Those moments quietly build a different future. Many people want motivation while avoiding structure, but structure creates stability. Structure reduces chaos. Structure protects your energy when you build strong routines. Your mind becomes calmer because important things are handled consistently. A person with healthy habits usually experiences less stress because their life becomes more organized. Bills are handled earlier. Goals receive attention daily. Problems are solved faster. Emotional pressure becomes easier to manage because discipline creates stability. Imagine waking up knowing you are finally moving your life forward. Imagine feeling proud of your choices instead of disappointed by them. Imagine looking at yourself honestly and knowing you are becoming stronger mentally, financially, and emotionally. That feeling is possible when your habits change. Do not underestimate the emotional power of self-respect. Self-respect grows when your actions align with your goals. Every disciplined action sends a message to your mind that your future matters. Every responsible decision strengthens confidence. Your habits today are creating your reality tomorrow. If you keep repeating destructive patterns, your future will eventually reflect those patterns. But if you begin changing your behavior consistently, your life will slowly begin changing too. Stop waiting for outside rescue. Stop hoping life will suddenly become easier while your habits remain the same. Real change begins when responsibility becomes personal. Real growth begins when discipline becomes daily. Real financial peace begins when repeated harmful habits finally end. Years pass quickly. Do not spend another decade trapped inside behavior that keeps you stressed, exhausted, and frustrated. Your future deserves stronger choices. Your life deserves better habits. Your potential deserves daily effort. The moment you stop repeating the behaviors that weaken your future, your life begins moving in a different direction. That direction may start slowly, but over time, it creates confidence, stability, peace, and growth. And those rewards are worth every disciplined step forward. Chapter 3. Build stronger. Self-respect through discipline, work, and smart decisions. One of the greatest problems in modern life is that many people no longer respect themselves deeply. They smile in front of others while quietly feeling disappointed inside. They carry stress, frustration, and hidden shame because they know they are capable of more, but keep living below their potential. Nothing damages the human spirit faster than watching yourself repeatedly ignore the life you know you should be building. Self-respect is not built through words. It is not created by social media attention, expensive clothing, fake confidence, or outside approval. Real self-respect is earned privately through your behavior. It grows when your actions begin matching your values. It grows when you become dependable to yourself. It grows when you stop betraying your future through weak decisions. Many people feel mentally exhausted not because life is impossible, but because they no longer trust themselves. They say they will wake up earlier but continue sleeping late. They say they will improve financially but continue wasting money. They say they will change but continue repeating the same behavior. After enough repetition, the mind begins believing weakness is normal. That is why discipline matters so deeply. Discipline rebuilds trust with yourself. Discipline teaches your mind that your words still have value. When you follow through on difficult tasks, your confidence grows naturally because your actions prove strength exists inside you. A disciplined person walks differently. Their energy feels calmer. Their decisions become clearer. Their eyes carry more certainty because they are no longer avoiding themselves. They know they are trying. They know they are improving. That creates emotional stability. Think about the emotional difference between avoiding work and completing meaningful work. When you procrastinate all day, your body feels heavy. Your thoughts become stressful, guilt quietly builds. But when you finish something important, your breathing changes, your mind feels lighter. You feel proud without needing anyone to praise you. Human beings need that feeling. Deep inside, every person wants to feel capable, responsible, and valuable. Self-respect grows when you earn those feelings honestly. Smart decisions also shape self-respect. Many people destroy their future because they make emotional choices during temporary moments. They spend recklessly because they want fast pleasure. They stay in unhealthy environments because they fear discomfort. They ignore long-term consequences because they only focus on immediate feelings. Mature thinking requires patience. It requires slowing down before making important decisions. A wise person does not ask what feels good right now. They ask, what kind of future will this decision create? That question alone can protect your life from years of unnecessary struggle. Some people keep waiting for motivation before becoming disciplined. That mindset keeps them trapped. Motivation changes daily. Feelings change constantly. Discipline matters because it allows action even during difficult emotional moments. There will be mornings when your body feels tired. There will be evenings when stress feels overwhelming. There will be seasons when progress feels invisible. During those moments, discipline becomes your protection. Discipline keeps you moving when emotions become unreliable. Many people ruin their potential because they only work hard when they feel inspired. But life rewards consistency more than temporary excitement. Successful people understand this clearly. They continue improving even when nobody notices. They continue learning even when results appear slowly. They continue building even when the road feels long. That attitude creates strong self-respect because effort becomes part of identity instead of temporary emotion. Hard work creates dignity, not because work itself is magical, but because effort changes the relationship you have with yourself. It teaches resilience. It teaches patience. It teaches emotional endurance. Those qualities become valuable in every area of life. A person with strong self-respect does not constantly seek validation from others because they already know they are building themselves honestly. They no longer need endless approval to feel worthy. One dangerous habit many people have is speaking negatively about themselves constantly. They insult their own abilities. They talk about themselves as failures. They repeat painful labels in their mind every day. Eventually, those thoughts become emotional reality. You must become careful with your inner dialogue. The way you speak to yourself matters deeply. Harsh self-hatred weakens motivation. Constant negativity drains emotional energy. Speak honestly, but also constructively. Recognize mistakes without destroying your identity. A person can fail financially and still maintain self-respect if they continue learning, improving, and taking responsibility. But a person who stops trying completely often loses emotional strength because they abandoned their own growth. Self-respect is also connected to standards. Standards determine what you tolerate from yourself and others. When your standards rise, your decisions improve naturally. You stop accepting behavior that damages your future. You become more selective with your time, attention, and energy. Low standards create painful lives. A person with low standards tolerates laziness, disrespect, chaos, and irresponsibility. Over time, those things destroy peace emotionally, financially, and mentally. Higher standards create stronger direction. You begin expecting more from yourself because you understand your life matters. You stop settling for habits that weaken your future. You stop wasting energy proving yourself to people who contribute nothing meaningful to your growth. Discipline also improves emotional control. A person who trains themselves daily becomes less controlled by impulse. They learn how to pause before reacting. They become less careless during difficult situations. Emotional maturity protects relationships, finances, and opportunities. Imagine someone constantly acting based on temporary feelings. One day, they feel excited and spend recklessly. Another day, they feel discouraged and stop working. Another day, they feel angry and damage important relationships. That pattern creates chaos. Discipline creates balance. Your habits teach your brain what kind of person you are becoming. If you repeatedly choose responsibility, your mind starts identifying as responsible. If you repeatedly choose growth, your identity begins changing. Eventually, disciplined behavior feels more natural than careless behavior. This transformation changes how you carry yourself in daily life. Your posture changes, your energy changes, your communication changes. You stop shrinking yourself internally because your actions finally align with your values. You do not need perfection. Perfection creates pressure and frustration. What matters is consistent improvement. Progress creates momentum. Momentum creates belief. Belief strengthens action. Many people secretly feel hopeless because they stopped progressing when life feels stagnant. Emotional pain increases. But even small improvements can restore hope quickly. Reading 10 pages daily, saving small amounts consistently, finishing important tasks earlier, exercising regularly, practicing patience during stressful moments. Those actions slowly rebuild self-respect because they prove change is happening. Another important truth is this. Self-respect grows when you stop abandoning yourself during difficult seasons. Anyone can feel motivated when life feels easy. Real growth appears when challenges arrive and you continue moving forward anyway. Difficult moments reveal character. Pressure reveals emotional strength. Financial struggles reveal discipline. Hard seasons reveal whether your mindset is stable or weak. Do not run from those moments. Use them to strengthen yourself. Every challenge handled responsibly builds inner confidence that cannot be purchased. People often underestimate how deeply smart decisions affect long-term peace. One wise decision today can prevent years of stress later. One disciplined habit can completely change your future direction. One season of focused effort can rebuild your confidence permanently. There is powerful peace in knowing you are becoming stronger, not perfect, stronger. That feeling changes the way you experience life. You stop feeling powerless. You stop depending completely on luck. You stop feeling trapped by old habits because you finally see yourself growing again. Every disciplined action becomes evidence that your future can improve. Every responsible decision becomes proof that you are changing. Every difficult task completed strengthens your relationship with yourself. That relationship matters more than most people realize. You carry yourself everywhere you go. You hear your own thoughts every day. You live with your decisions every day. If you do not respect yourself deeply, life becomes emotionally heavy. But when discipline, work, and wisdom become part of your daily behavior, something powerful happens inside you. Your confidence becomes real. Your standards rise. Your thinking sharpens. Your future becomes clearer. You begin feeling worthy of greater opportunities because your actions finally reflect maturity, strength, and responsibility. And once self-respect becomes strong, your entire life begins moving differently because you are no longer living against yourself. Chapter 4. Learn how successful people stay focused during hard financial seasons. Hard financial seasons reveal the true strength of a person's mindset. Anybody can feel confident when money flows easily. Anybody can stay positive when life feels comfortable. But pressure changes people. Stress exposes emotional habits. Difficult seasons uncover how disciplined, focused, and mentally prepared someone truly is. A lot of people lose direction during financial struggles because fear takes control of their thinking. Their mind becomes crowded with panic, doubt, frustration, and shame. They stop thinking clearly. They stop planning wisely. They begin reacting emotionally to every problem. One unexpected expense ruins their mood. One setback destroys their motivation. One difficult month makes them believe failure will last forever. Successful people experience pressure too. They face uncertainty. They deal with setbacks. They carry responsibility. They experience moments where income slows down and problems increase. The difference is they refuse to let temporary hardship destroy their focus. They understand something important. Hard seasons are part of life, not proof that life is over. Many people make their financial problems heavier by mentally collapsing during difficult moments. They spend entire days worrying instead of solving problems. They complain constantly. They lose emotional control. They stop taking productive action. Their body becomes exhausted because stress dominates their mind every hour. A focused person handles pressure differently. They feel concern but continue moving. They feel uncertainty but continue thinking strategically. They understand emotional panic rarely improves a situation. Calm thinking creates better decisions. Successful people stay focused because they stop obsessing over other people. They understand every person is living a different journey with different timing, different challenges, and different lessons. Instead of wasting energy comparing themselves, they focus on improving their own position step by step. One of the strongest habits during hard seasons is protecting your mind from emotional chaos. Financial pressure already creates enough stress naturally. Adding constant negativity makes the situation worse. Some people spend hours consuming bad news, gossip, fear, and hopeless conversations every day. Then they wonder why they feel mentally exhausted. Your mind needs stability during difficult times. Successful people become careful about what they allow into their attention. They choose conversations wisely. They protect their emotional energy. They focus more on solutions than endless complaining. That does not mean pretending problems do not exist. Mature people face reality honestly. They look directly at the situation without running from it emotionally. They calculate carefully. They adjust wisely. They remain disciplined even when life feels uncertain. Hard seasons often force people to become stronger thinkers. When money becomes limited, you begin noticing your habits more clearly. You become more aware of wasteful spending. You become more aware of distractions. You begin realizing how much time was previously lost on meaningless things. Some people use hard seasons as a reason to quit on themselves. Others use hard seasons to sharpen themselves. That difference changes everything. Financial stress can also damage confidence if a person ties their entire identity to money. Human worth is not measured only by income. A difficult financial season does not mean you are worthless. It means life currently requires patient strategy, resilience, and adjustment. Many successful people face periods where they felt overwhelmed financially. Some had debt, some lost businesses, some struggled paying bills, some experienced rejection repeatedly. The important thing is they refused to emotionally surrender. Temporary struggle becomes permanent only when people stop trying completely. One dangerous mistake people make during hard seasons is abandoning discipline. They stop waking up with purpose. They stop taking care of themselves physically. They stop learning. They stop planning. They spend entire days consumed by stress. Eventually, their life becomes disorganized mentally, emotionally, and financially. Successful people understand discipline matters most during difficult seasons, not easy seasons. Discipline creates stability when emotions feel unstable. A structured routine protects focus. Daily habits keep the mind productive instead of hopeless. You do not become mentally strong through comfort. You become mentally strong through responsible behavior during uncomfortable moments. Another important truth is, successful people accept reality quickly. They do not spend months denying problems. They adjust faster. If spending habits need changing, they change them. If extra work is necessary, they do it. If learning new skills becomes necessary, they commit to growth. Ego destroys many people financially because they refuse to adapt. Pride prevents learning. Pride prevents asking for help. Pride prevents honest self-reflection. But successful people care more about growth than protecting ego. Hard seasons also teach patience. Many people become desperate during financial pressure and start chasing unrealistic shortcuts. Desperation creates dangerous decisions. A person who becomes emotionally desperate often ignores logic. They chase quick money schemes. They make reckless choices. They sacrifice long-term stability for temporary emotional relief. Your emotional state affects your financial decisions deeply. Fear can create hesitation. Frustration can create carelessness. Impatience can create reckless behavior. This is why emotional control matters so much during difficult seasons. Successful people train themselves to stay composed, not perfect, composed. They understand emotional stability helps them think more clearly under pressure. Calmness creates better conversations, better planning, and better opportunities. A hard season can also reveal who truly supports your growth. Some people disappear when life becomes difficult. Some criticize instead of encouraging. Some quietly enjoy watching others struggle. Painful moments often expose relationships. Honestly, successful people learn not to depend emotionally on constant outside validation. They build inner stability. They continue improving whether others believe in them or not. They understand that some seasons require quiet focus rather than public approval. A focused person also avoids turning temporary hardship into permanent identity. Some people repeat their struggles so often they begin identifying with suffering. They constantly speak about failure, weakness, stress, and limitation. Eventually, their mindset becomes trapped. Successful people speak differently during hard seasons. They acknowledge challenges honestly without mentally surrendering. They remind themselves growth is still possible. They continue believing improvement can happen through effort and patience. The words you repeat during difficult moments matter deeply because your mind listens carefully. Constant hopelessness weakens action. Responsible thinking strengthens action. Hard seasons also teach gratitude in a deeper way. When life becomes difficult, you begin appreciating simple stability more. You appreciate peaceful sleep. You appreciate supportive people. You appreciate opportunities to improve. Gratitude protects the mind from becoming bitter. Bitterness destroys focus. Bitter people often stop growing because resentment consumes their attention. They become obsessed with blaming others instead of improving themselves. Successful people avoid that trap. They focus on responsibility instead of resentment. Every difficult season carries lessons. It teaches what habits must change. It reveals weaknesses that need improvement. It shows where discipline is missing. Painful moments often become turning points for people willing to learn honestly. Short-term thinking creates panic. Long-term thinking creates patience. When you focus only on today's stress, everything feels overwhelming. But when you remember life can improve through consistent effort, your mind becomes calmer. Hope returns. Direction returns. Successful people also understand the importance of protecting physical energy during hard seasons. Stress damages the body quickly. Poor sleep, poor eating habits, constant anxiety, emotional exhaustion, and weakened mental clarity follow. A tired mind struggles making wise decisions. Taking care of your body during difficult seasons is not weakness, it is responsibility. Clear thinking requires physical care. Strong focus requires proper rest, movement, and emotional balance. Sometimes progress during hard seasons is invisible at first. You may not see immediate results, but every responsible decision strengthens your future quietly. Every disciplined action builds momentum slowly. Every calm response under pressure strengthens emotional maturity. Do not measure your life only by current conditions. Measure yourself by how you respond to current conditions. Anybody can smile during easy seasons. Real character appears during difficult moments. A focused mind becomes extremely powerful during financial hardship because it prevents emotional collapse. It allows wise decisions. It protects long-term goals. It keeps hope alive while improvement slowly unfolds. Hard seasons do not last forever, but the strength developed during those seasons can stay with you for long. The discipline, patience, emotional control, and resilience you build now may become the foundation for your future success. Stay focused, stay responsible, stay patient, keep improving yourself even when results arrive slowly. Chapter 5. Push yourself harder when everyone around you chooses comfort first. Most people choose comfort because comfort feels safe. Comfort asks for very little. It allows people to stay where they are without pressure, responsibility, or growth. That is why so many lives remain average for years. People become attached to routines that require no courage. They repeat the same habits daily, then quietly wonder why nothing improves. Pushing yourself harder is difficult because human beings naturally want relief. After stress, disappointment, and exhaustion, the mind searches for ease. It wants rest, entertainment, distraction, and emotional escape. There is nothing wrong with rest when it is healthy and controlled. The problem begins when comfort becomes a lifestyle instead of recovery. A person who constantly chooses comfort slowly loses sharpness. Their ambition weakens, their discipline fades, their standards drop lower than they realize. Over time, they become emotionally dependent on easy living. Difficult tasks begin feeling unbearable. Responsibility feels heavier. Effort feels frustrating. Meanwhile, successful people train themselves differently. They understand growth often requires uncomfortable action. They know progress usually demands sacrifice, focus, and patience. While many people relax endlessly, successful people continue sharpening their skills, improving their mindset, and building their future quietly. One reason people stay stuck is because they copy the behavior of everyone around them. Human beings naturally adapt to their environment. If your circle constantly avoids discipline, you may slowly begin lowering your own standards without noticing it. If the people around you waste time daily, complain constantly, and avoid responsibility, eventually that energy affects your thinking too. That is why pushing yourself harder sometimes feels lonely. You begin noticing different priorities while others spend entire evenings doing nothing productive. You feel a desire to improve yourself while others avoid challenges. You start chasing growth while others settle. You begin wanting more from life, not because you believe you're better than anyone, but because deep inside you know your potential deserves effort. Most people wait until life forces them to change. They wait until financial pressure becomes severe. They wait until health declines. They wait until regret becomes painful. But wise people act earlier. They understand prevention is easier than repair. Pushing yourself harder means doing important things before circumstances become dangerous. It means preparing while others delay. It means learning while others waste time. It means staying focused while distractions pull everyone else away from their goals. The world constantly offers comfort, endless entertainment, endless excuses, endless opportunities to avoid growth. A weak mindset accepts those distractions easily because distraction feels easier than discipline. But easy choices often create difficult futures. A person who avoids effort repeatedly eventually experiences frustration, disappointment, and instability. Their confidence weakens because they know they are capable of more but continue choosing less. That internal conflict becomes emotionally exhausting. One of the most painful feelings in life is knowing you are betraying your own potential daily. Successful people understand something important. Temporary discomfort creates long-term rewards. A disciplined morning creates peace later. Focused work creates opportunity later. Smart sacrifices create freedom later. Most people only think about current comfort. Mature people think about future consequences. Think about the emotional difference between two people. One person spends years avoiding growth because comfort feels easier. Another person spends years improving consistently even when progress feels slow. After enough time, their lives become completely different emotionally, financially, and mentally. One person carries regret. The other carries confidence earned through effort. Pushing yourself harder does not mean destroying your health or becoming obsessed with work. It means refusing to live below your ability. It means demanding honesty from yourself. It means recognizing when laziness, distraction, or fear are controlling your life. Many people confuse being busy with making progress. They spend entire days active but not productive. They jump between distractions. They avoid important tasks. They waste energy on meaningless things. Then they feel frustrated because movement without direction rarely creates success. Focused effort creates growth. Intentional work creates growth. Clear priorities create growth. Successful people protect their attention carefully because attention shapes results. Whatever controls your attention eventually controls your future. If distractions own your mind, your goals slowly disappear into the background. That is why discipline matters even during ordinary moments. The small daily decisions shape identity more than dramatic moments. Waking up on time, finishing tasks properly, reading consistently, managing money wisely, Staying emotionally controlled during stress. These behaviors build strength gradually. Anybody can chase goals during exciting periods. Real growth appears when you continue improving without emotional excitement. Do not become angry at those people. Many of them are simply trapped inside their own limitations. But never allow another person's comfort mindset to weaken your ambition. Protect your vision carefully. A person who pushes themselves consistently develops a completely different relationship with life. Their confidence becomes stronger because they stop running from challenges. Their mind becomes sharper because discipline improves mental clarity. Their emotional stability improves because they learn how to function under pressure. Pressure handled correctly creates maturity. One dangerous habit people develop is constantly rewarding themselves without earning progress. They seek pleasure before responsibility. They celebrate before achievement. They relax before important work is finished. Over time, that behavior destroys momentum. Successful people understand reward feels better after effort. Rest feels meaningful after discipline. Peace feels deeper after responsibility is handled properly. Mental toughness grows through repeated effort. A person who always chooses comfort often struggles handling pressure later in life because they never trained resilience. Even small obstacles feel overwhelming. Rejection feels unbearable. Criticism destroys confidence. Delays create frustration. But a person who regularly challenges themselves becomes stronger emotionally. They become more patient, more disciplined, more focused. Hard situations no longer destroy them because difficulty became familiar through growth. Many people waste years waiting for perfect timing before fully committing to their goals. They say they will start when motivation improves, when money increases, when life becomes easier, when fear disappears. But successful people understand timing rarely feels perfect. Growth belongs to people who begin anyway. Your future improves when your standards rise. Higher standards force stronger decisions. You stop tolerating behaviors that waste your potential. You become more intentional with your mornings, your habits, your friendships, your spending, and your mindset. This shift changes everything slowly. Comfort also becomes dangerous when people use it to escape emotional pain instead of facing life honestly. Some people distract themselves constantly because silence forces them to confront their fears, insecurities, and regrets. But avoiding emotional truth never creates peace. Growth requires honesty. Ask yourself difficult questions. Are you truly giving your best effort? Are your habits helping your future or weakening it? Are distractions stealing years from your life quietly? Are you becoming stronger or simply becoming more comfortable? Those questions matter because your life direction depends on your answers. Pushing yourself harder also means staying committed after failure. Some people stop trying completely after one disappointment. They become emotionally defeated too quickly. But successful people understand setbacks are part of growth, not proof that growth is impossible. Failure handled correctly becomes education. Every mistake can teach discipline, patient strategy, and wisdom if your mindset remains strong enough to learn from it. Another reason successful people continue pushing themselves is because they understand time moves quickly. Years disappear fast. Opportunities disappear fast. Energy changes with age. They do not want to reach later stages of life carrying the heavy pain of unrealized potential. Regret is painful because deep inside, most people know when they could have done more. Do not become discouraged because results take time. Financial growth, mental strength, and emotional maturity require consistency. Every disciplined action plants seeds into your future. Every focused decision strengthens your foundation. Every moment you resist comfort and choose growth, your character becomes stronger. And eventually, people will look at your confidence, your stability, your success, and your mindset without realizing how many quiet, disciplined choices created that transformation. The truth is simple. Most people choose what feels easy today, then suffer difficult consequences later. Successful people accept difficult growth now so they can build stronger lives later. Your future will reflect whichever path you choose repeatedly. Choose growth even when comfort feels tempting. Choose discipline even when laziness feels easier. Chapter 6. Create income-producing habits that improve your life every single day. Most people spend years working for money without ever building habits that help money grow consistently. They wake up every morning reacting to life instead of preparing for a better future. They survive month by month, emotionally exhausted, financially pressured, and mentally distracted because their daily habits are not creating long-term improvement. Income is not only connected to jobs, income is connected to value. The more useful, disciplined, reliable, and skilled you become, the more opportunities begin appearing in your life. Many people want higher income but refuse to build the habits that make higher income possible. That is where frustration begins. Your future income is deeply connected to what you repeatedly do every day. Successful people understand this clearly. They do not rely only on motivation or luck. They create systems, habits, and routines that slowly improve their financial position over time. They understand one smart habit repeated consistently can completely change a person's life after several years. One of the most powerful income-producing habits is learning continuously. The world changes constantly. Skills become outdated. Industries shift. Opportunities evolve. A person who stops learning slowly becomes less valuable in competitive environments. Many people leave school then completely stop developing themselves mentally. They spend years consuming entertainment but almost no time increasing knowledge. Eventually, they feel stuck because growth stopped long ago. Reading valuable books, studying communication, improving technical abilities, understanding business, learning sales, developing leadership, improving discipline, all of these things increase your value over time. Valuable people attract opportunities because they solve problems effectively. You do not need to know everything immediately, but you must stay committed to growth. Another important habit is managing time intentionally. Time is one of the greatest financial assets a person has. Every hour can either improve your future or slowly weaken it. Many people waste years because they never learned how to control their attention. Focused people protect productive hours carefully. They understand attention is valuable. They prioritize important tasks before distractions. They create structure inside their day because structure increases efficiency. One disciplined hour daily can change your life over time. Imagine someone spending one focused hour every evening learning a valuable skill for several years. Their confidence changes, their opportunities change, their financial position changes. Small, consistent effort becomes powerful through repetition. Income-producing habits also require emotional maturity. Many people damage their finances because emotions control spending. They spend carelessly during stress, boredom, loneliness, or excitement. Instead of using money strategically, they use money emotionally. A mature person learns how to pause before financial decisions. They think about consequences carefully. They stop chasing temporary pleasure that creates long-term pressure. Emotional discipline protects financial growth. Saving money is another habit many people ignore until problems become serious. Saving is not only about money. Saving builds emotional security. It creates breathing room during emergencies. It reduces panic during uncertain seasons. There is also great value in becoming dependable. Reliable people create trust. Trust creates opportunities. Many individuals lose opportunities because they are inconsistent, careless, or difficult to work with. Skill matters, but character matters too. A dependable person finishes tasks properly. They communicate clearly. They arrive prepared. They handle responsibilities maturely. Those habits increase value in every environment. Your reputation quietly affects your financial future more than many people realize. Another income-producing habit is solving problems instead of avoiding them. People who solve problems become valuable because every business, every organization, and every relationship needs solutions. A person who remains calm during challenges develops a completely different presence. Most people complain about problems. Few people train themselves to become useful during problems. If you improve your ability to communicate, think clearly, stay emotionally stable, and work responsibly during pressure, your value rises naturally. A prepared person speaks differently, walks differently, and handles pressure differently because they trust their ability more. Many people underestimate how deeply health affects income potential. Poor energy weakens focus, productivity, discipline, and emotional control. A tired, unhealthy body struggles maintaining consistent high-level effort. Creating healthier habits, better sleep, better nutrition, movement, and stress management all influence performance. Your body affects your ability to think, work, create, communicate, and solve problems. Successful people understand energy is valuable. They protect it carefully. One dangerous financial habit is constantly seeking fast results. Some people become impatient quickly. They want immediate success, immediate money, immediate recognition. When progress feels slow, they quit too early. Real financial growth often requires patience. Skills take time. Trust takes time. Businesses take time. Careers take time. Emotional maturity takes time. People who succeed long-term usually stay committed longer than others. They continue improving quietly while many people give up after temporary disappointment. Consistency creates advantages that emotional excitement never can. Another powerful habit is tracking progress honestly. Many people drift through life without measuring improvement. They never study spending habits. They never evaluate productivity. They never examine where time disappears. Awareness creates control. Income-producing habits are often simple but difficult to maintain because discipline is required. Waking earlier, planning carefully, Studying consistently, following through on commitments, avoiding distractions, saving regularly, exercising discipline during emotional moments, none of these habits appear dramatic in one day, but together they build strong futures. Many people wait for huge opportunities while ignoring small daily improvements. But powerful lives are usually built through repeated, ordinary discipline. There is also value in learning how to communicate effectively. Communication affects opportunities, relationships, leadership, and business. A person who expresses ideas clearly often creates more trust and influence. Poor communication creates confusion, missed opportunities, and unnecessary conflict. Another important habit is controlling your environment. Your surroundings influence your thinking daily. If you spend time around people who constantly complain, avoid responsibility, and waste time, eventually that energy affects your own behavior. Sometimes growth requires reducing exposure to negativity, distraction, and low ambition. Your future also improves when you stop separating personal growth from financial growth. These things are deeply connected. Discipline improves finances. Emotional control improves finances. Communication improves finances. Confidence improves finances. Responsibility improves finances. A weak mindset often creates weak financial behavior. That is why successful people invest heavily in becoming stronger internally, not only externally. They understand money alone cannot solve emotional instability, laziness, poor habits, or lack of discipline. Without inner growth, financial improvement often disappears quickly. Another important habit is taking initiative. Many people wait constantly. They wait for permission. They wait for perfect timing. They wait for certainty. Meanwhile, opportunities pass quietly. Initiative creates movement. Applying for opportunities, creating projects, learning independently, improving without supervision. All these things separate proactive people from passive people. Passive behavior rarely creates extraordinary results. Organization creates clarity. Clarity improves decisions. Simple habits like budgeting, tracking spending, planning ahead, and reducing unnecessary expenses can dramatically improve stability over time. A strong financial future is rarely built through random behavior. It is usually built through intentional habits repeated consistently over years. Many people underestimate the emotional benefits of responsible habits. Discipline creates peace. Preparation reduces anxiety. Productive routines strengthen confidence. A person who knows they are improving daily experiences life differently. They feel more hopeful, more focused, more capable. Growth changes emotional energy. Do not wait until life becomes desperate before changing your habits. Start building stronger routines now. Small actions matter. Small improvements matter. Small disciplines matter. Every valuable habit becomes an investment into your future self. That mental shift changes everything. Income-producing habits are really life-producing habits because they improve more than money. They improve confidence. They improve emotional stability. They improve discipline. They improve self-respect. A person who consistently improves themselves becomes more valuable everywhere they go. The world rewards usefulness, reliability, discipline, emotional maturity, and focused effort. Build habits that strengthen those qualities daily. Your future income will often reflect the quality of your habits long before it reflects luck or temporary opportunity. Chapter 7. Remove negative thinking. That quietly destroys ambition, confidence, and growth. Negative thinking destroys more lives quietly than failure ever does. Failure at least gives a person a chance to learn, adjust, and grow stronger. Negative thinking slowly poisons ambition before action even begins. It weakens confidence before opportunities appear. It convinces people to stop believing in themselves long before life actually defeats them. Many people look normal on the outside while carrying constant mental battles internally. They wake up already expecting disappointment. They speak to themselves harshly. They doubt their ability constantly. They assume the future will repeat the pain of the past. Over time, that mindset changes behavior. A person who constantly expects failure begins hesitating. They stop taking chances. They stop speaking confidently. They stop pursuing bigger goals. Eventually, their world becomes smaller because fear and negativity quietly reduce their courage. The dangerous part is negative thinking often becomes normal through repetition. A person spends years speaking negatively without realizing how deeply those thoughts affect emotions, decisions, and energy. They constantly say things like, "Nothing works for me. I am too far behind. Other people are lucky, not me. I will probably fail anyway." Those words slowly shape identity. The human mind believes what it hears repeatedly, especially when emotion is attached to those thoughts. That internal conflict drains energy. A negative mindset also changes how people interpret life. Small setbacks suddenly feel permanent. Delays feel like proof of failure. Rejection feels deeply personal. Challenges feel unbearable. The mind stops searching for possibilities and begins searching only for confirmation that life is hopeless. Successful people think differently during difficult moments. They still feel stress, disappointment, and uncertainty, but they refuse to let negativity control their identity. That does not mean pretending everything is perfect. Realistic optimism is powerful because it allows a person to face hard situations without losing belief completely. A strong mindset says, "This situation is difficult, but I can still improve my life." That thought creates movement. Movement creates hope. Negative thinking often grows from repeated disappointment. A person tries several times, fails, feels embarrassed, and eventually stops believing progress is possible. Pain accumulates emotionally. Confidence weakens slowly. The person becomes cautious, guarded, and emotionally tired. But your past experiences should educate you, not imprison you. Many people allow old mistakes to define their entire future. They replay failures constantly in their mind. They relive embarrassing moments repeatedly. They carry shame for years. Eventually, they stop seeing themselves as capable human beings and start seeing themselves only through old pain. You must stop carrying old identity into your future. A mistake is an event, not a permanent identity. Financial struggles are experiences, not life sentences. Temporary weakness does not mean permanent weakness. Human beings can grow, change, heal, and improve when they decide to stop feeding hopelessness. Be careful around people who constantly destroy hope. Some individuals criticize every dream because they abandoned their own ambitions long ago. Some people project their fears onto everyone around them. They make growth sound impossible because they stopped trying themselves. Protect your mental environment carefully. Successful people understand attention is powerful. They become selective about what they listen to, watch, and absorb emotionally. Constant negativity damages focus. Constant fear damages courage. Constant criticism weakens belief. Your mind needs encouragement, truth, wisdom, and direction, especially during difficult seasons. Many people underestimate the connection between thoughts and physical energy. Negative thinking affects the body. Stress increases. Sleep becomes difficult. Motivation decreases. Anxiety grows. The body becomes heavier emotionally. Have you ever noticed how exhausting constant worry feels? A negative mind rarely rests peacefully. It keeps replaying problems, fears, regrets, and imagined disasters repeatedly. That emotional tension drains life from people slowly. Positive thinking alone does not solve problems, but healthy thinking creates emotional strength to solve problems better. A calm, focused mind makes stronger decisions. A hopeful person keeps taking action longer. A disciplined thinker handles setbacks more maturely. One important truth is this: your thoughts are not always facts. Many people believe every negative thought automatically. If fear appears, they assume fear is truth. If doubt appears, they assume doubt is reality. But thoughts can be influenced by exhaustion, pain, insecurity, stress, and past experiences. You must learn to question destructive thinking. Ask yourself honestly, is this thought helping me grow? Is this thought making me stronger? Would I speak this way to someone I care about? Those questions create awareness. Awareness is powerful because many negative patterns operate automatically until a person finally notices them consciously. Another reason negative thinking becomes dangerous is because it affects action. A discouraged person often delays important opportunities. They avoid trying because they already convince themselves failure is guaranteed. That mindset creates self-sabotage. Some people never discover their full potential because negativity convinced them to stop early. A mentally strong person understands growth requires patience. They do not emotionally collapse every time progress feels slow. They accept that meaningful change often takes longer than expected. Patience protects ambition. Impatience often creates hopelessness because people expect transformation too quickly. They improve for a short period, then become discouraged because life is not changing fast enough. But real growth happens gradually. A person becoming emotionally stronger may not notice dramatic changes immediately. A person improving financially may not see instant results immediately, but consistent effort still matters even when progress feels invisible. Negative thinking also increases when people constantly compare themselves to others. Social comparison destroys peace because people compare their private struggles to someone else's public success. They see other people progressing and immediately feel inadequate. Comparison steals focus from personal growth. Your job is becoming stronger, wiser, and more disciplined than your old self. Gratitude also helps protect the mind from negativity. A grateful person notices progress, opportunities, lessons, and support instead of focusing only on what is missing. Gratitude creates emotional balance during stressful seasons. Some people become so focused on what they lack that they stop recognizing what still exists in their life. They ignore progress completely because perfection has not arrived yet. Growth becomes healthier when appreciation exists alongside ambition. Another powerful way to remove negative thinking is through action. Many destructive thoughts grow stronger when a person remains inactive. Fear expands, self-doubt multiplies. Action interrupts negativity. Completing tasks, learning new skills, exercising, improving habits, solving small problems, all of these things strengthen emotional momentum. Productive movement reminds the mind that change is still possible. A person lying in bed worrying all day usually feels worse emotionally than someone taking responsible action despite stress. Your daily routines affect your mental state more than you realize. Sleeping poorly, eating carelessly, living chaotically, and surrounding yourself with distraction can increase negativity significantly. Discipline improves emotional stability because order reduces mental chaos. Rest is healthy when it restores strength instead of feeding laziness. Another important truth is this: negative thinking often hides behind false protection. Some people expect the worst constantly because they believe disappointment will hurt less that way. But living with constant pessimism slowly damages joy, confidence, and ambition. You deserve better than spending your entire life mentally preparing for failure. Life already contains enough difficulty naturally. Do not become another source of pain against yourself. Speak to yourself with honesty and strength. Correct mistakes without destroying your identity. Learn from failures without losing self-respect. Push yourself forward without constant self-hatred. Human beings grow best through disciplined encouragement, not endless emotional punishment. Every powerful life requires mental protection. If you do not guard your mindset, negativity will eventually shape your decisions, habits, and future direction. Watch your thoughts carefully. Watch your language carefully. Watch what influences your emotions daily. A strong future requires a strong inner voice. Protect your ambition carefully because ambition gives direction to life. Protect your confidence carefully because confidence creates courage. Protect your growth carefully because growth creates possibility. You are not required to become perfect overnight, but you are responsible for the mindset you continue feeding daily. Choose thoughts that strengthen discipline, responsibility, hope, maturity, and action. Choose language that encourages progress instead of defeat. Choose perspectives that allow growth instead of limitation. The quality of your thinking quietly shapes the quality of your entire life. Chapter 8. Train yourself to think clearly before making emotional money decisions. One emotional decision can create financial pressure that lasts for years. That is why learning how to think clearly before making money decisions is one of the most important skills a person can develop. Many people are not struggling financially because they lack intelligence. They struggle because emotions control their financial behavior. Human beings are emotional creatures. Stress, excitement, fear, insecurity, loneliness, pride, and impatience influence decisions every single day. When emotions become stronger than logic, people often make choices that damage their future quietly. Some people spend money when they feel sad because buying something temporarily distracts them from emotional pain. Some spend recklessly when they feel successful because excitement removes caution. Others make desperate financial decisions during fear because panic destroys patience. Emotions are powerful, but emotions without control create instability. A mature mindset learns how to slow down before reacting financially. That pause alone can protect a person from enormous regret later. Most poor financial decisions happen quickly. They happen during emotional moments when clear thinking disappears. Think about how many people buy things they cannot afford simply to impress others. They want validation, attention, or social approval. They sacrifice peace for appearance. Outward image becomes more important than long-term stability. That behavior creates hidden stress. Many people look successful publicly while privately drowning in financial pressure because they built a lifestyle based on emotion instead of wisdom. They chase status instead of security. They chase temporary excitement instead of long-term freedom. Clear thinking asks different questions. Will this decision improve my future? Can I truly afford this? Am I solving a real problem or feeding an emotional feeling? Will this choice create peace later or stress later? Those questions create awareness. Awareness protects discipline. Financial maturity often begins when a person stops using money emotionally and starts using money intentionally. Some people avoid looking at their finances because fear controls them. They ignore bills. They avoid budgeting. They avoid planning. They continue spending carelessly while secretly feeling anxious every day. That emotional avoidance creates deeper problems over time. Successful people face financial reality honestly, even when it feels uncomfortable. They look at numbers carefully. They study habits honestly. They make adjustments without emotionally collapsing. Reality handled directly becomes easier to improve. Fear also causes many people to miss opportunities. Some individuals become so afraid of losing money that they never invest in learning, growth, or smart risks. They stay trapped in safety because fear controls every decision. There must be balance. Wise people avoid reckless behavior, but they also understand growth sometimes requires courage. Emotional thinking creates extremes, either reckless spending or complete fear. Clear thinking creates balance. Another emotional trap is impatience. Many people want financial success immediately. They become frustrated when progress feels slow. Then they chase shortcuts, quick money schemes, or unrealistic opportunities because impatience weakens judgment. Desperation often destroys logic. Successful people understand that real financial stability usually grows slowly through discipline, consistency, learning, and smart decisions repeated over time. A calm, patient mind protects financial health. Another dangerous emotional habit is comparing your life constantly to others. Comparison creates unnecessary pressure. People see someone else buying expensive things, traveling, or appearing successful online, then suddenly feel inadequate. Instead of thinking clearly, they begin making emotional spending decisions trying to match appearances. That mindset creates financial chaos because comparison never ends. There will always be someone earning more, spending more, or living differently. Chasing comparison destroys peace because your decisions stop reflecting your actual needs and begin reflecting emotional insecurity. Clear thinking requires self-awareness. Know your priorities. Know your goals. Know what truly matters for your future. Some people spend enormous amounts trying to look wealthy while neglecting savings, discipline, education, and stability. They build image without foundation. Eventually, pressure catches up emotionally, financially, and mentally. Real confidence does not require constant financial performance for others. Emotional spending rarely creates lasting peace because the real problem was emotional, not financial. Learning emotional control changes financial behavior deeply. It teaches patience. It teaches awareness. It teaches how to separate temporary feelings from long-term consequences. Successful people train themselves not to make major financial decisions during emotional extremes. They avoid making important choices while angry, desperate, overly excited, or deeply discouraged. Emotional intensity clouds judgment. Clear thinking often requires slowing down. Take time before major purchases. Take time before financial commitments. Take time before reacting impulsively. A calm mind notices details emotional thinking ignores. Many people also lose money because they make decisions based on pride. Pride is expensive. Some refuse help because ego controls them. Some continue pretending they are financially stable while problems increase privately. Others avoid learning because pride makes them believe they already know enough. Humility protects growth. A humble person studies carefully, asks questions, and learns continuously. They are not ashamed to improve. They are not afraid to admit mistakes. That mindset creates wisdom over time. That is why emotional discipline has become rare. Many people also make poor money decisions because they lack clarity about their goals. Without direction, spending becomes random. Time becomes random. Priorities become emotional instead of intentional. Clarity creates focus. When you know what kind of future you want, your decisions begin changing naturally. You spend differently. You plan differently. You become more selective with opportunities, distractions, and habits. Financial peace is deeply connected to mental clarity. Another important lesson is understanding that money often amplifies existing habits. If a person lacks emotional control before earning more money, those same emotional patterns usually continue after earning more. More income alone cannot fix impulsiveness, insecurity, laziness, or lack of discipline. Inner growth matters. Saving money can feel uncomfortable initially. Saying no to unnecessary spending can feel uncomfortable. Learning new skills after long workdays can feel uncomfortable. But temporary discipline creates long-term rewards. Emotional thinking focuses only on current feelings. Wise thinking focuses on future outcomes. Another financial danger is surrounding yourself with people who normalize careless behavior. If everyone around you spends irresponsibly, avoids planning, and constantly chases appearances, eventually that mindset influences your decisions too. Environment shapes financial behavior more than most people realize. Pay attention to conversations around money. Some people constantly complain but never improve their habits. Some people mock discipline. Some people encourage reckless decisions because responsibility makes them uncomfortable. Protect your thinking carefully. A clear thinker understands money is a tool, not an identity. Your worth as a human being is not measured by possessions. When people connect self-worth entirely to financial appearance, emotional decision-making becomes much more dangerous. True confidence comes from character, discipline, wisdom, emotional stability, and responsibility, not from temporary appearances. Emotional awareness creates freedom. Notice your emotional triggers honestly. When do you spend impulsively? During loneliness? During stress? During excitement? During insecurity? Self-awareness helps break destructive patterns. Many people live financially unstable lives because they never stop to study their emotional behavior honestly. A disciplined person becomes more intentional. They create budgets carefully. They plan ahead. They think long-term. They reduce emotional reactions. They prioritize peace over appearances. That mindset changes life slowly but powerfully. Financial clarity also improves relationships. Money problems create enormous emotional pressure inside families, friendships, and partnerships. Reckless decisions damage trust. Irresponsibility creates tension. Wise decisions create stability, not only for yourself, but for people connected to your life. Do not underestimate how much stress emotional money decisions create over years. Debt pressure, regret, impulsive choices, constant anxiety, and instability drain emotional energy deeply. But wise thinking creates freedom gradually. Train your mind to think beyond the current moment. Train yourself to ask better questions before financial choices. Train yourself to value peace, stability, and growth more than temporary emotional satisfaction. A clear mind protects your future better than emotional excitement ever will. Strong financial decisions are rarely loud, dramatic, or emotional. Most of the time, they are quiet, disciplined, thoughtful, and intentional. That kind of thinking builds confidence because your life slowly becomes more stable. Your stress decreases, your planning improves, your future becomes clearer. Chapter 9. Take responsibility for your future instead of blaming people and circumstances. One of the biggest turning points in a person's life happens when they finally take responsibility for the things happening around them. After responsibility, they begin realizing they still have influence over their direction, even when circumstances are difficult. Blame fuels emotions temporarily. If everything is someone else's fault, then there is no need to change. But blame also creates weakness because it convinces people they have no control. You stop living passively. That shift creates maturity. A responsible person asks different questions. Instead of asking why this happened to me, they ask, what can I improve from here? Instead of saying, how can I become stronger? They ask, how can I become stronger? Many people secretly feel stuck because they became emotionally attached to blaming others day after day. Pride changes words. They excuse delays temporarily but destroy great futures. An excuse keeps a person numb. Every excuse nighttime now? There is a difference between pain and excuse. Some experience rejection, failure, financial hardship, betrayal, or emotional negativity. A responsible person stops wasting energy asking why life became difficult. Instead, they start asking what they can do differently now. Another important truth is this: blaming others often becomes a habit. Some people blame automatically. They free themselves from pain. They admit weaknesses. They recognize poor habits. They acknowledge mistakes. That honesty may feel uncomfortable, but it creates openings. Another dangerous effect of blaming others constantly is that it weakens discipline. If a person believes life is entirely controlled by outside forces, they may not control every situation, but they control their own choices. They refuse to admit harmful behavior. They blame others for every conflict. Eventually, trust weakens. Strong character requires humility. Your current situation does not have to become your permanent one. Persistence changes lives slowly. Many people wait for motivation. Many people wait for the perfect moment. Many people wait for someone else to solve their problems. Instead, they could act now. Follow through on promises. Those actions build self-respect. Self-respect grows, but healing begins when you stop giving the past total control over your future. A responsible mindset chooses growth over resentment. Personal transformation becomes powerful only when responsibility becomes personal. Nobody can excuse difficulty. They stop collapsing every time life becomes difficult to be called, blaming problems as proof that life hates them. Your energy becomes more grounded. You stop making endless excuses. You stop seeking sympathy constantly. You become more solution-focused. That mindset attracts opportunities because minds that track attractants become more responsible. Irresponsible habits create instability. Careless spending creates pressure. Avoiding planning creates pressure. Avoiding responsibilities creates pressure. Another important lesson is this: responsibility should create hope, not self-hatred. Some people become overly harsh toward themselves after realizing mistakes. They punish themselves, make cruel jokes, and criticize themselves harshly. That attitude kills growth. You may have made poor decisions. You may have experienced hardship. You may have failed. Sometimes everyone makes poor decisions. Sometimes everyone experiences weakness. Sometimes everyone experiences hardship. The goal is becoming wiser over time. Those small changes create powerful transformation. Life becomes different when you decide to act. Do not waste years waiting for perfect conditions before becoming disciplined. Do not spend your life hoping somebody else will save you from your own habits. Do not remain emotionally dependent on circumstances. Involve yourself in improving your habits, your mindset, and your future. Take free action today. Chapter 10. Commit fully to becoming the person capable of building real wealth. Real wealth is not built by accident. It is built by a person who slowly transforms their mindset, habits, discipline, emotional control, and standards over time. Many people want wealth, but very few fully commit to becoming the kind of person capable of handling wealth responsibly. That difference matters deeply. Real wealth requires personal transformation. You cannot continue living with weak habits, weak thinking, emotional decision-making, and low standards while expecting powerful long-term results. The outside life improves when the inside person improves first. Many people focus only on money itself while ignoring the character required to build and protect money wisely. That is why some people earn more but still remain stressed, unstable, and emotionally exhausted. Income increased, but maturity did not increase with it. Wealth without discipline disappears quickly. Wealth without emotional control creates chaos. Wealth without wisdom often creates more problems instead of peace. Successful people understand this clearly. They commit deeply to self-development because they know personal growth and financial growth are connected. They become more responsible, more disciplined, more focused, more patient, and more emotionally stable over time. That inner development changes everything. There will be mornings where discipline feels difficult. There will be seasons where progress feels slow. There will be moments when doubt returns. Commitment means continuing anyway. A committed person stops negotiating constantly with their future. They stop making endless excuses. They stop waiting for perfect emotional conditions before taking action. They decide growth matters enough to continue even during difficult moments. That mindset creates strength. Most people underestimate how much emotional maturity affects wealth building. Emotional people often make unstable decisions. They spend carelessly during stress. They quit goals during frustration. They lose focus easily. They chase short-term pleasure instead of long-term gain. Mature people think differently. They think about consequences carefully. They become patient with progress. They understand lasting success usually requires years of focused effort, not quick emotional reactions. Patience protects wealth. Many people destroy opportunities because they expect instant results from everything. The moment life becomes uncomfortable, they emotionally retreat. But wealth often grows slowly through consistent wise behavior repeated for years. Higher standards create different actions naturally. You begin taking your life more seriously. You stop speaking carelessly about your future. You stop tolerating habits that weaken your goals. You become more intentional with time, attention, energy, and money. This change may seem subtle initially, but over years, it completely transforms identity. Wealth also requires learning how to become valuable. Valuable people solve problems, communicate clearly, think responsibly, and handle pressure maturely. They continue learning because they understand growth never stops. A person who stops learning eventually becomes limited by outdated thinking. Committed people stay curious. They read, they observe, they study successful behavior, they improve skills consistently. They understand knowledge creates opportunities when combined with disciplined action. Another important truth is this: wealth building requires emotional endurance. There will be setbacks, delays, disappointments, and moments where results feel invisible. During those moments, many people emotionally quit internally, even if they continue pretending externally. But committed people continue building quietly. Vision matters deeply. A person without clear direction becomes distracted easily. But a person with strong vision stays more disciplined because they understand what they are working toward. Vision creates emotional fuel during hard moments. You must know why you want wealth. If wealth is only about impressing others, your motivation will eventually weaken. But if wealth represents freedom, peace, security, growth, opportunity, and support for people you love, your commitment becomes stronger. Purpose strengthens discipline. Many people also misunderstand what real wealth actually means. Real wealth is not only expensive possessions. Real wealth includes peace of mind, emotional stability, healthy relationships, freedom of choice, and the ability to live responsibly without constant financial panic. A person with money but no peace often still feels trapped internally. That is why building yourself matters more than simply chasing money. Character creates sustainability. Discipline creates consistency. Wisdom creates stability. A committed person also learns how to manage attention carefully. Modern life constantly offers distraction, endless entertainment, endless scrolling, endless noise, endless comparison. Attention becomes fragmented, focus weakens, but focus is necessary for meaningful growth. Protecting focus becomes part of the journey. Some people spend years busy, but not productive because they never learned how to direct energy intentionally. Activity alone does not create wealth. Focused action creates results. Commitment also means becoming honest about weaknesses. Many people secretly know which habits are damaging their future, but continue avoiding change. They know procrastination hurts them. They know emotional spending hurts them. They know laziness hurts them. But awareness without correction changes nothing. A committed person stops hiding from truth. They face weaknesses honestly, then begin improving step by step. They understand growth requires humility. Pride blocks learning. Ego blocks correction. Humility allows transformation. Another powerful trait wealthy-minded people develop is consistency during ordinary days. Most life is not dramatic. Most growth happens quietly through repeated responsible behavior. Showing up daily matters. Reading when nobody is watching matters. Saving money consistently matters. Managing emotions responsibly matters. Finishing important work matters. Staying disciplined during boring routines matters. Those ordinary moments shape extraordinary futures. Many people wait for huge opportunities while ignoring daily discipline. But powerful lives are built through small, responsible actions repeated long enough. There is also emotional strength in becoming dependable to yourself. When your actions consistently match your intentions, confidence grows naturally. You stop doubting yourself as much because your behavior proves you are becoming stronger. Self-trust matters greatly. A person who constantly breaks promises to themselves weakens inner confidence. But a person who follows through consistently builds emotional stability. That stability affects every area of life. Wealth building also requires courage. Courage to improve, courage to leave comfort, courage to make changes, courage to continue after mistakes. Fear stops many people long before failure ever does. Some people remain trapped inside average lives because they fear looking foolish temporarily while learning, growing, and changing. But growth often feels uncomfortable before it feels rewarding. A committed person accepts temporary discomfort as part of long-term transformation. They stop expecting constant emotional ease. They understand meaningful progress requires effort, sacrifice, and patience. You cannot control every outcome, but you can control your response. Strong responses create stronger futures. Many people also underestimate the importance of emotional peace during wealth building. A chaotic mind struggles making wise decisions. Constant stress, constant comparison, constant negativity weakens judgment. Protecting mental health matters. Protecting emotional energy matters. Calm, focused thinking improves decision-making significantly. That is why successful people often create routines, boundaries, and environments that support clarity, discipline, and emotional balance. Your environment affects your future more than you realize. If you surround yourself with distraction, laziness, negativity, and careless behavior, eventually your mindset becomes weaker too. But when you spend time around disciplined, growth-minded people, your standards rise naturally. Choose environments that encourage growth. There will be moments when nobody applauds your effort, nobody notices your growth, nobody understands your vision completely. Continue anyway. Some of the most important progress happens privately before the world ever sees visible results. Trust the process of discipline. Every responsible decision strengthens your future. Every productive habit strengthens your identity. Every difficult moment handled maturely strengthens your character. Character matters because wealth eventually amplifies who you already are internally. A disciplined person often becomes more stable with success. A careless person often becomes more unstable with success. That is why becoming the right person matters more than chasing quick results. Commit fully to becoming emotionally strong, financially wise, mentally disciplined, and personally responsible. Commit fully to growth even when progress feels slow. Commit fully to learning even after mistakes. Your future changes when growth stops being temporary and becomes part of your identity. Do not only chase money, build the mindset, habits, discipline, patience, and wisdom capable of creating and protecting real wealth over time, because lasting success belongs to people who transform themselves deeply enough to handle it responsibly with maturity, strength, and purpose. Introduction: The truth they never taught you. There is a conversation happening right now in boardrooms, in private offices, in the quiet corner booths of expensive restaurants. Wealthy people are discussing debt, not with fear, not with shame, with strategy, and you were never invited to that conversation. Not because you lacked intelligence, not because you lacked ambition, but because the financial education most people receive was never designed to make them wealthy. It was designed to make them manageable, predictable, profitable to the institutions that depend on their ignorance. Let me be direct with you from the beginning. What you are about to learn is not a loophole. It is not a scam. It is not some underground secret whispered between hedge fund managers. It is simply the correct understanding of how money actually moves through an economy, who benefits from that movement, and how you can position yourself on the profitable side of the equation rather than the expensive side. Most people spend their entire lives on the expensive side without ever realizing there was another option. Here is the uncomfortable truth that most financial advice refuses to say clearly. The banking system was not designed to make borrowers wealthy. It was designed to extract wealth from borrowers while creating wealth for asset holders. And the most powerful asset holders in the world are not hoarding cash. They are using debt strategically, systematically, and intentionally to control assets worth far more than the capital they personally invested. That single distinction between using debt and being used by debt is worth more than any salary increase you will ever receive. The three groups of people. Before we go deeper, I want you to understand something about how people relate to money and borrowing. This is not theory. This is observable reality, playing out in every city, every country, every economic environment on Earth. The first group uses credit reactively. These are people who borrow because they run short. They finance groceries, vacations, car repairs, electronics, and lifestyle upgrades they cannot currently afford. Their relationship with debt is emotional. desperate sometimes, hopeful often, informed rarely. The bank loves these people because they pay interest consistently, they carry balances reliably, and they rarely question the structure they are operating within. Every month they make a minimum payment, the bank profits. Every month they roll a balance forward, the interest compounds against them. They are not bad people. They are simply operating with incomplete information in a system that was designed to keep them exactly where they are. The second group has developed enough awareness to fear debt. These are people who pay cash for everything they can, who feel genuine discomfort when they carry a loan, who feel a sense of pride and moral superiority in being debt-free. They have read enough to know that interest is expensive. They have experienced enough to know that debt creates stress, and they have made a reasonable conclusion based on incomplete information. Reasonable, but costly, because while they avoid the trap of consumer debt, they also miss the leverage that could have multiplied their wealth. They are safer than the first group, but they are still not playing the same game as the third. The third group understands something that changes everything. They understand that debt is not inherently destructive or inherently beneficial. Debt is a tool, and like any tool, its value is entirely determined by how it is used, what it is used for, who is operating it, and whether the operator understands the mechanics well enough to avoid injuring themselves. The third group uses debt the way a surgeon uses a scalpel, precisely, purposefully, with full understanding of both the power and the risk. This audiobook is designed to move you into the third group. What this audiobook is not. Before we continue, I want to be absolutely clear about what this is not, because clarity matters and you deserve honesty from the very beginning. This is not a guide to reckless borrowing. This is not encouragement to take on debt you cannot service, for assets you do not understand, in markets you have not researched. This is not financial advice in the legal or professional sense. Every person's financial situation is unique, and specific decisions should involve qualified professionals who understand your complete picture. What this is a framework for thinking. A set of principles that the wealthy apply consistently, that most people never encounter, and that once understood permanently alter how you evaluate every financial decision for the rest of your life. Because here is what I know with certainty. You can spend 40 years working diligently, saving carefully, living responsibly, and still end up financially average. Not because you failed, because you were playing by rules that were designed to keep you average. The rules that create wealth are different. They have always been different, and they are learnable. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Lie You. We're told about debt. Rewriting the story you inherited. Every belief you currently hold about debt was given to you by someone. Your parents told you something. Your school taught you something. Culture reinforced something. Advertising confirmed something. And the accumulation of all those messages created a story in your mind about what debt means, what it represents, and what it says about a person who carries it. For most people, that story sounds something like this. Debt is dangerous. Debt is shameful. Debt means you spent more than you had. Debt is what happens when you fail to live within your means. Good people avoid debt. Smart people pay cash. Wealthy people got wealthy by being careful. Every piece of that story contains a grain of truth wrapped inside a dangerous distortion. Yes, some debt is dangerous, but not all debt. Yes, some debt represents poor decisions, but not all debt. Yes, some wealthy people avoided certain kinds of debt, but the overwhelming majority of significant wealth in the modern world was built with debt as a foundational tool. The truth that the inherited story never tells you is this: the wealthy do not avoid debt. They redesign their relationship with it. They strip it of its emotional charge. They evaluate it mathematically. They use it surgically. And then they let time do what it does best, which is make disciplined decisions compound into extraordinary outcomes. The fundamental question that changes everything. When most people encounter a borrowing opportunity, they ask one question: can I afford the monthly payment? That is a consumer question, and it is the wrong question. The right question is this: what does this capital cost me annually, and what will it produce annually? Is the production greater than the cost? By how much? Under what conditions might that spread compress or disappear? What is my downside if conditions change? And does this acquisition improve my structural position or simply satisfy an immediate desire? That is an investor's question. And investor questions lead to investor outcomes. Let me illustrate this with two people making nearly identical decisions that lead to completely different destinations. Person A earns $60,000 per year and qualifies for an $80,000 auto loan at 6% interest. The monthly payment is approximately $1,500. They buy a new luxury vehicle. The moment they drive off the lot, the vehicle loses 8 to 12% of its value. Every subsequent year, it loses more. It requires insurance, it requires maintenance, it requires fuel, it produces nothing. It provides transportation and status. In 5 years, the vehicle is worth perhaps $30,000. The borrower has paid roughly $90,000 including interest. The net financial result is deeply negative. Person B earns the same $60,000 per year, qualifies for the same amount, but asks the investor question instead. They take $20,000 and use it as a down payment on a small residential rental property. They finance the remaining portion at a fixed rate. The property generates rental income that covers the mortgage payment and produces a modest positive surplus monthly. The property appreciates over time. The tenant's rent effectively pays down the mortgage. In 5 years, Person B has built equity, generated income, and created an asset that continues working when they are not. Same income, same access to credit, completely different use of debt, completely different result. The loan did not determine the outcome. The intention behind the loan did. Leverage, the mechanism that separates linear from exponential. There is a word that wealthy people use comfortably and that most people have been taught to fear: leverage. Leverage is nothing more than using borrowed capital to control an asset larger than you could purchase with only your own resources. That is it. No magic, no trick, no exploitation, simply the ability to command something larger than your personal capital would otherwise allow. Here is why this matters so profoundly. Without leverage, wealth accumulation is fundamentally constrained by the linear relationship between your time and your income. You work, you earn, you save, you accumulate slowly. This is honorable. This is disciplined, and over a lifetime, it can produce security. But it will rarely produce extraordinary wealth unless your income is already extraordinary. With leverage, the relationship changes. You can control assets worth multiples of your invested capital. You can benefit from appreciation on the full value of the asset, not just the portion you personally funded. You can generate cash flow from an asset that operates independently of your direct labor. You can accelerate the timeline from modest savings to meaningful wealth by years, sometimes by decades. Consider this example with actual numbers. Suppose you save diligently and accumulate $20,000. You have two options. Option 1, you invest that $20,000 directly into an asset. If that asset grows at 10% annually, after 10 years, you have approximately $52,000. Respectable growth on your own money. Option 2, you use that $20,000 as a down payment on a property worth $200,000, financing the remaining $180,000. If that property grows at the same 10% annually, after 10 years, the property is worth approximately $518,000. Even accounting for the mortgage balance you still owe, your equity position is dramatically superior to option 1. The asset grew on its full value, not just the value of your personal contribution. That is the mathematical power of leverage. That is why the wealthy use it, not because they are greedy, because they understand arithmetic. The condition that makes debt a weapon instead of a wound. Now, here is the part that most conversations about leverage conveniently skip. Leverage is not unconditionally beneficial. There is a precise condition that must be met for debt to create wealth rather than destroy it. The asset must produce more than the debt costs. That is the entire framework in a single sentence. Everything else in this audiobook is elaboration on that principle and instruction on how to apply it reliably. If you borrow at 7% annually and the asset produces 12% annually, you have a 5% positive spread. That spread is wealth creation happening in real time. You are profiting from capital that was not originally yours. If you borrow at 7% annually and the asset produces nothing or produces less than 7%, you are losing money with mathematical certainty every single day. There is no scenario in which that becomes profitable over time. The only variable is how long it takes to become painful. The wealthy are obsessive about this spread. They calculate it before they borrow. They monitor it after they borrow. They restructure when it compresses. They exit when it disappears. The undisciplined borrower never calculates it at all. They borrow based on what the monthly payment feels like, what the purchase feels like, what owning the thing feels like. Feelings are expensive financial advisors. What you were never taught about. Why banks lend. Here is something worth understanding at a structural level. Banks are in the business of renting money. Like any rental business, they profit when their product is in use. A parked car earns nothing. Idle money earns nothing. Banks need to deploy capital to generate returns. This means that from the bank's perspective, a creditworthy borrower who deploys capital into performing assets is genuinely attractive. Not a problem, not a risk, an asset. Banks compete aggressively for borrowers who understand leverage, who have demonstrated the ability to manage debt responsibly, who show clear evidence of productive asset deployment, and who represent low default risk because their income streams are diversified and their structures are sound. When you become that borrower, the relationship with the bank transforms entirely. You are no longer a supplicant asking permission. You are a valued customer that institutions compete to serve. Interest rate negotiations become possible, terms become flexible, access to capital expands. The goal of this audiobook is not just to teach you how to borrow. It is to teach you how to become the kind of borrower that makes banks want your business. Because when banks want your business, you negotiate from strength. And negotiating from strength changes every number in your financial life. Chapter 2. The Ownership Rule. Borrow for. Acquisition, never for ego. Drawing the line that determines everything. There is a line that divides every borrowing decision into one of two categories. On one side of that line, debt creates wealth. On the other side, debt destroys it. The line is not about the amount borrowed. It is not about the interest rate. It is not about the lender or the loan structure. The line is about what the borrowed capital is being used to acquire. Acquisition debt purchases something that generates income, appreciates in value, or creates leverage that produces returns exceeding the cost of the capital. Ego debt purchases something that satisfies an immediate emotional need, creates a social impression, or provides comfort and status without producing any financial return. Acquisition debt improves your financial position over time. Ego debt deteriorates it. The mechanics are simple. The discipline to consistently stay on the right side of that line is where most people fail. Not because they lack intelligence, because they are human beings operating in an environment designed by some of the most sophisticated behavioral scientists on Earth to trigger emotional spending decisions. The anatomy of an ego purchase. Ego purchases do not announce themselves. They dress up as reasonable decisions, practical necessities, well-deserved rewards. They speak in the language of logic while being driven entirely by emotion. Here is how ego debt typically justifies itself. You need reliable transportation for work, which is true, but somehow that need translates into a vehicle that costs 3 times what reliable transportation actually requires. You are building your professional image, which matters, but somehow building that image requires a wardrobe, an apartment, and a lifestyle that consumes every dollar of your growing income and then some. You have worked hard and you deserve enjoyment, which is also true, but somehow that deserves translates into financed vacations and depreciating toys that generate monthly payments with zero financial return. The ego is extraordinarily creative in generating justifications, and the consumer economy is extraordinarily sophisticated in reinforcing them. Every advertisement you encounter is specifically designed to make you feel that this purchase, this upgrade, this acquisition will resolve some internal inadequacy, close some gap between where you are and where you want to be, signal to the world and to yourself that you have arrived. But here is the thing about that gap. It cannot be closed by purchasing things. It can only be closed by building genuine structural security. And genuine structural security comes from asset ownership, not lifestyle presentation, what acquisition debt actually looks like. If ego debt is anything that satisfies an emotional need without producing financial returns, then acquisition debt has a specific and limited definition. It must pass a single test. Does this generate income, appreciate reliably, or both? Let us be concrete about what qualifies. Cash-flowing real estate is the most accessible and historically reliable form of acquisition debt for most people. Residential rental properties, small commercial properties, multi-unit residential buildings. When purchased correctly, these assets generate monthly rental income that exceeds the combined cost of mortgage payments, taxes, insurance, maintenance, and vacancy allowance. The surplus is real income. The appreciation over time builds real equity. The debt is being serviced primarily by the tenant, not by you. This is self-liquidating debt, and self-liquidating debt is among the most powerful wealth-building tools available to individuals. Revenue-generating business acquisition or expansion qualifies when the business has demonstrated earnings, predictable cash flow, and a clear operational structure that does not depend entirely on your personal daily presence. Borrowing to acquire such a business or to expand a proven existing one can represent excellent acquisition debt. Borrowing to start an unproven concept with no evidence of market demand is speculation, not strategic leverage. Equipment that directly generates revenue qualifies in certain industries. A contractor borrowing to purchase equipment that expands their revenue capacity, where the revenue clearly exceeds the equipment cost, plus financing, is using debt to build. A hobbyist borrowing to purchase equipment for personal enjoyment is not. Appreciating assets with positive spread qualify when the math clearly demonstrates that the cost of capital is lower than the reliable expected return. This requires rigorous analysis, not optimistic projections. Notice what is absent from this list. Vehicles, clothing, vacations, electronics, furniture, entertainment subscriptions, lifestyle upgrades, not because those things are inherently wrong to purchase, but because none of them pass the acquisition debt test. They do not generate income. They do not appreciate. They consume capital without returning it. The opportunity cost that never appears on the statement. Here is something that will change the way you look at every significant financial decision for the rest of your life. Every dollar you spend has a shadow cost that never appears on your bank statement. That shadow cost is the return you could have generated if the dollar had been deployed into a productive asset instead. If you spend $50,000 on a depreciating vehicle financed at 6%, you do not just lose the $50,000 and the interest. You lose every year of compounding that $50,000 could have generated in a productive asset. Over 20 years, at a modest 8% annual return, $50,000 becomes roughly $230,000. The real cost of the vehicle is not $50,000. It is the $230,000 it could have become. Most people never calculate this. Most people compare the monthly payment to their income and ask if they can manage it. They never ask what else that capital could have done over 20 years if pointed in a different direction. The wealthy calculate opportunity cost habitually, automatically, almost unconsciously. They have trained themselves to see every spending decision not as an isolated transaction, but as a directional choice between present consumption and future compounding. That habit alone, consistently applied, produces dramatically different financial outcomes over any significant period of time. The discipline of looking average. While building something extraordinary. Here is an uncomfortable truth about the acquisition mindset. In the early stages of building real wealth, you will often look less successful than people who are actually in worse financial positions than you. The person leasing a luxury vehicle and living in an expensive apartment looks wealthy. Their Instagram presence is polished. Their lifestyle is visible and impressive. They appear to be winning. The person who drives a reliable but unimpressive vehicle, lives in a modest home, and quietly directs every available dollar into productive assets, looks ordinary. Sometimes they look behind. Their lifestyle does not signal success in ways that most people recognize, but wealth is not performance. Wealth is structural, and underneath the surface of the quiet investor who looks ordinary, there is an asset base growing month by month, year by year, with the mathematical certainty of compound interest and inflation-adjusted appreciation. Meanwhile, underneath the polished lifestyle of the person performing success, there is a fragile financial structure that depends entirely on continued income to maintain itself. One job loss, one medical event, one economic disruption, and the performance collapses. Real wealth is not what you show. Real wealth is what survives when everything is tested, and it is built not by impressing others, but by making disciplined, consistent, mathematically sound decisions over long periods of time. The wealthy call this financial maturity. It requires the ability to delay gratification, not for days or weeks, but for years. It requires the ability to distinguish between what feels good and what produces good. And it requires the willingness to sometimes look ordinary while quietly building something extraordinary. Chapter 3. Leverage is power, over leverage is collapse. The force that cuts both ways. Every tool of power has the potential to turn against its user. A scalpel in the hands of a surgeon saves lives. In the hands of someone who does not understand human anatomy, it causes catastrophic harm. The instrument is identical. The outcome depends entirely on the knowledge and discipline of the operator. Leverage operates on exactly the same principle, and understanding this is not optional. It is the difference between using debt as an accelerant for wealth and using it as an accelerant for financial destruction. Leverage magnifies. That is its fundamental nature. It magnifies returns when the asset performs. It magnifies losses when the asset underperforms. It magnifies the benefit of good decisions. It magnifies the cost of poor ones, and it magnifies the vulnerability of structures that lack adequate margin. Most people who approach leverage think primarily about the upside. They calculate the returns if everything goes according to plan. They imagine the appreciation. They picture the cash flow. They feel the excitement of controlling something larger than their personal capital would otherwise allow. The wealthy think differently. Before they calculate the upside, they calculate the downside. Before they ask what happens if this works, they ask what happens if this does not work. Before they calculate the best case, they calculate the realistic case and the stress case. This is not pessimism. This is the engineering mindset applied to finance. You do not build a bridge by imagining only sunny days and light traffic. You build it to survive storms and maximum load. Financial structures deserve the same rigor. Understanding margin and why it determines survival. The concept that separates investors who survive difficult periods from those who collapse during them is margin. Margin is the space between your income and your obligations. It is the buffer between your financial structure and the point at which it begins to fail. It is the room you have to absorb unexpected events without catastrophic consequences. When margin is adequate, problems are manageable. A vacancy does not become a crisis. An unexpected repair does not create a cascade of missed payments. A temporary income disruption does not force the sale of assets at depressed prices. When margin is inadequate, every problem becomes existential. Every disruption threatens the entire structure. Every unexpected expense requires a desperate solution. And desperate solutions are almost always expensive ones. Here is how margin gets destroyed. Someone qualifies for $500,000 of financing. The bank's approval is based on models that protect the bank's statistical risk exposure. It is not designed to protect your financial stability or quality of life. Banks approve based on the maximum amount a borrower can statistically service without default. They are not calculating your comfortable life. They are calculating their acceptable loss rate. The disciplined borrower uses bank approval as a ceiling, not a target. If the bank approves $500,000, they borrow $350,000 and maintain the difference in structural strength, reserves, and flexibility. The undisciplined borrower uses bank approval as validation. If the bank says, "I qualify for $500,000, that must mean $500,000 is what I should borrow." And that logic is the beginning of over-leverage. The emergency reserve. Non-negotiable and frequently ignored. There is a rule that every sophisticated investor applies that most beginning investors skip because it feels like wasted capital sitting idle instead of working. That rule is maintaining substantial cash reserves, not investment reserves, not home equity you could theoretically access, not theoretical available credit, actual liquid cash held in reserve specifically to absorb disruption without distress. The standard recommendation among experienced investors is a minimum of 6 months of total debt service obligations held as liquid reserve. The more aggressive your leverage, the more exposure you carry, and the more volatile your asset class, the larger that reserve should be. Here is why this matters beyond the obvious. When you hold adequate reserves, your psychology changes. You stop watching markets with anxiety. You stop reacting to temporary fluctuations. You stop making decisions from a position of fear. You start operating from a position of stability. And financial decisions made from stability are categorically better than financial decisions made from desperation. When reserves exist and a disruption occurs, whether a tenant vacancy, a market correction, an unexpected repair, a temporary income disruption, you manage it. You pay the obligation from reserves while you resolve the disruption. The structure survives intact. Your credit remains clean, your assets remain productive. When reserves do not exist and the same disruption occurs, you scramble. You make expensive short-term decisions. You may miss payments. You may be forced to liquidate assets at exactly the wrong moment, and liquidating assets at the wrong moment can destroy years of patient accumulation in a matter of weeks. Reserves are not idle capital, they are structural insurance, and in leveraged investing, insurance is not optional. Fixed rate debt and why structure matters as much as amount. When people think about whether debt is good or bad, they focus almost exclusively on the interest rate and the amount. Lower rate, smaller amount, better loan. Higher rate, larger amount, worse loan. This intuition is not wrong, but it is dangerously incomplete. Structure matters as much as amount, and sometimes more. The same loan amount at the same interest rate can be dramatically safer or dramatically riskier depending on whether it is fixed or variable, short-term or long-term, amortizing or interest-only, recourse or non-recourse. Fixed-rate debt is predictable. Your payment is established at closing and does not change based on market conditions. You can plan around it. You can stress test it. You know exactly what the obligation is in year 1 and in year 15. This predictability is enormously valuable in leveraged investing because it eliminates one variable from your risk equation. Variable rate debt introduces uncertainty. When rates rise, your payment rises. When rates rise aggressively, as they have during several periods in modern financial history, variable rate obligations can increase substantially in a short period of time. For investors who structured their leverage, assuming payments would remain near the initial rate, aggressive rate increases can compress margins to the point of distress or beyond. The sophisticated approach to debt structure considers not just today's rate environment, but potential future environments. During periods of historically low rates, locking fixed-rate debt is almost always superior to floating. You accept a slightly higher rate in the near term in exchange for certainty across the life of the loan. That certainty has real financial value that is easy to underestimate in the moment. During periods of elevated rates, the calculation is more nuanced. Fixed-rate debt locks in higher costs. Variable rate debt may fall as conditions normalize, but variable exposure requires financial structures that can survive if normalization takes longer than expected. If your structure cannot survive sustained elevated rates, variable debt at that moment may represent meaningful risk regardless of where rates are expected to go. Match debt duration to asset duration. This principle is straightforward but frequently violated. If you are financing a long-term asset, a property you intend to hold for 15 or 20 years, short-term debt creates refinancing risk. At the point of maturity, you are forced to refinance at whatever rate environment happens to exist. If that environment is unfavorable, your cost of capital rises precisely when you need stability. Long-term fixed-rate debt matched to long-term asset holding creates predictability across the entire investment horizon. That predictability is worth paying for. Stress testing. The practice that separates professionals from gamblers. Every leveraged position should be stress tested before it is entered, not optimistically analyzed. Stress tested. there is a meaningful difference. Optimistic analysis asks, what happens if everything goes according to plan? Stress testing asks, what happens if revenue drops 20%? What happens if vacancy persists for 3 months instead of 2 weeks? What happens if interest rates rise 3 percentage points at refinancing? What happens if major unexpected repairs are required in year 2? What happens if my primary income source is disrupted during the same period the asset underperforms? Stress testing imagines scenarios where multiple things go wrong simultaneously, not because that is the expected outcome, but because that is the scenario that destroys inadequately prepared structures. And if your structure cannot survive the stress scenario, it is not ready to be deployed regardless of how attractive the upside appears. The wealthy run these scenarios not because they are pessimistic, but because they understand the asymmetry involved. If you stress test and the deal still works under adverse conditions, you proceed with confidence. If you stress test and the deal collapses under plausible adverse conditions, you have saved yourself from a potentially catastrophic mistake. The cost of stress testing is a few hours of analysis. The benefit is a complete picture of structural risk. This trade is always worth making. Chapter 4: The Mathematics of Spread Where Wealth is Engineered. Turning intuition into precision. Everything up to this point has been conceptual, important and necessary, but conceptual. Now we move into the mechanics, the actual mathematics that determines whether a leveraged position creates wealth or destroys it. This is where investing stops being an art and becomes an engineering discipline. Spread is the central concept, simple to define, critical to understand, frequently misapplied. Spread equals asset yield minus cost of capital. That is the entire formula. Every leveraged investment produces a spread, positive or negative. Positive spread means the asset produces more than the debt costs. Negative spread means the asset produces less. Over time, positive spread compounds into wealth. Negative spread compounds into loss. And because compounding is an exponential force, the direction of the spread matters enormously. Calculating real yield, the most common and costly mistake. Before you can calculate spread, you must calculate yield accurately. And this is where most beginning investors make their most expensive mistake. They calculate gross yield, not net yield. Gross yield is total income divided by total asset value. It is the number that appears in real estate listings, investment pitch decks, and most informal conversations about returns. It is also largely useless for decision-making because it ignores all the costs that actually determine whether the investment produces positive cash flow. Net yield, or what sophisticated investors call cash-on-cash return, or net operating income yield, subtracts all realistic operating expenses from total income before any calculation. For a rental property, realistic expenses include not just the obvious mortgage payment, but property taxes, insurance, property management fees if applicable, routine maintenance, capital expenditure reserves for major repairs and replacements, vacancy allowance representing realistic periods between tenants, and any other costs specific to the property and market. When you subtract all of these from gross rental income, the resulting figure is net operating income. Dividing net operating income by the total value of the asset gives you the net yield. Dividing it by your personal invested capital gives you cash-on-cash return. These are the numbers that determine whether your spread is real. A property with 8% gross yield and 5% net yield is a very different investment from a property with 8% gross yield and 7% net yield. The difference is real operating costs. And operating costs are where projections and reality most frequently diverge. The disciplined investor assumes higher expenses than the optimistic projection suggests, not to be pessimistic, but to ensure that the investment works even when reality is imperfect, because reality is always imperfect. The positive spread calculation in centered practice. Let us walk through a realistic example with actual numbers to make this concrete. Suppose you identify a residential rental property priced at $200,000. The current market rent is $1,800 per month, or $21,600 annually. Before you can calculate yield, you must subtract realistic expenses, property taxes at $3,000 annually, insurance at $1,200 annually, property management at 10% of rent or $2,160 annually, maintenance reserve at 1% of property value or $2,000 annually, vacancy allowance at 5% of gross rent or $1,080 annually. Total estimated annual expenses are $9,440. Net operating income is $21,600 minus $9,440 equals $12,160 annually. Now, suppose you finance the property with a down payment of $40,000 and a mortgage of $160,000 at 6.5% fixed rate over 30 years. Your annual mortgage payment is approximately $12,132. Annual cash flow is $12,160 minus $12,132 equals $28, essentially break even on cash flow. Cash-on-cash return on your $40,000 investment is 28 divided by 40,000 equals approximately 0%. This deal is not a good candidate for strategic leverage. There is no meaningful positive spread. You are essentially financing the privilege of owning a property with no financial benefit beyond the hope of appreciation and mortgage paydown. And hope is not a financial strategy. Now let us modify the scenario. Suppose you find a similar property where net operating income after all realistic expenses is $15,000 annually, and your debt service remains $12,000 annually. Now annual cash flow is $3,000. Cash-on-cash return on $40,000 is 7.5%. If your cost of capital, including the opportunity cost of the down payment, is around 6%, your positive spread is approximately 1.5% on cash flow alone, plus appreciation, plus mortgage paydown building equity, plus potential rent growth over time. This is a viable deal. Not spectacular, but viable and potentially excellent over a 10 to 20-year hold period as income grows and debt balance decreases. The point is, not that you should do or not do any specific deal. The point is that without running these calculations, you are guessing. And guessing with leveraged capital is not investing. It is gambling with borrowed money. Risk-adjusted. Spread, not all returns, are created equal. Here is a refinement that separates sophisticated investors from simply numerate ones. Raw spread is not sufficient to evaluate a leveraged position. You must evaluate risk-adjusted spread. A 12% spread in a highly volatile asset class subject to rapid demand shifts, regulatory risk, and illiquidity may be worth less in practical terms than a 4% spread in a stable, in-demand asset class in a growing market with strong structural demand. The reason is simple. Higher spread in volatile environments comes with higher probability of spread compression or complete spread reversal. If your 12% spread can become negative 10% under plausible adverse conditions, the expected value of that spread is much lower than the headline number suggests. Conservative investors accept lower spreads in exchange for greater predictability and stability. Aggressive investors chase higher spreads in more volatile environments. Neither approach is universally correct. But the more leverage you apply, the more important spread stability becomes, because leverage magnifies the consequences of spread compression just as it magnifies the benefits of positive spread. For most individuals building wealth through strategic leverage, the sweet spot is stable assets with moderate spreads in durable markets with strong structural demand. This is not exciting, but it is reliably wealth building in a way that speculative high spread positions rarely are over long time horizons. Chapter 5. Inflation, your silent enemy or your greatest structural ally. The wealth transfer most people never see. Inflation is happening around you right now. If you are reading or listening to this, you are living in an economy where the purchasing power of currency erodes over time. That erosion is by design. It is monetary policy, it is structural, and it will continue for the foreseeable future regardless of short-term fluctuations. Here is the question you must answer honestly. On which side of that erosion are you positioned? Most people are positioned defensively. Their primary asset is cash or cash equivalents, which lose value in real terms during inflation. Their savings lose purchasing power silently. Their raises barely keep pace with rising costs. They feel inflation as financial pressure, a continuous squeeze between rising costs and relatively stagnant real purchasing power. Asset owners with fixed-rate debt experience inflation completely differently, and understanding this difference can transform how you think about borrowed capital and asset ownership. The fixed-rate debt advantage during inflation. When you take out a fixed-rate mortgage, you establish a nominal payment that does not change for the life of the loan. You commit to paying, for example, $1,500 per month for 30 years. Now consider what happens during an inflationary period. Incomes rise, rental rates rise, property values rise. The costs of everything around you increase in nominal terms, but your loan payment stays fixed at $1,500. In year one, $1,500 represents a specific real burden relative to your income and the market rent your property commands. In year 10, with even modest inflation compounding over that period, $1,500 represents a meaningfully lighter real burden. Your income is higher in nominal terms. Your rental income is higher in nominal terms, but your debt payment is exactly where it was at the beginning. You are repaying the debt with dollars that are worth less in real terms than the dollars you originally borrowed. This is not accidental. It is a structural advantage of fixed-rate debt during inflationary periods. Simultaneously, the asset securing the debt appreciates. Property values generally rise with inflation over time, especially in markets with constrained supply and growing demand. So the real value of your debt is declining, while the real value of your asset is at minimum maintaining and often growing. The gap between these two trajectories, declining real debt burden and rising real asset value, is where inflation creates an extraordinary invisible benefit for fixed-rate leveraged asset holders. Why cash holders lose without realizing it. The person who avoids all debt and holds cash loses during inflationary periods through a mechanism so slow and gradual that it rarely generates alarm. Suppose you hold $100,000 in a savings account earning 2% annually. If inflation runs at 5% annually, your real return is negative 3% per year. Your nominal balance grows, but your purchasing power shrinks. After 10 years, your $100,000 in nominal terms has grown to approximately $122,000. But inflation-adjusted purchasing power of that amount is worth significantly less in real terms than the original $100,000. You feel richer because the number is bigger, but you can buy less with it than you could have at the beginning. This is the invisible tax of inflation on cash holders. The fixed-rate debt holder with appreciating assets experiences the opposite. Nominal values rise, real debt burden falls, equity expands, cash flow increases, and the gap between where they started and where the cash holder ended up grows steadily year by year. This structural advantage does not require sophisticated market timing or special access. It requires understanding the mechanics and positioning accordingly. The critical caveat, structure, determines whether inflation helps or hurts. Inflation does not unconditionally benefit leveraged investors. The benefit depends entirely on the structure of the debt and the nature of the asset. Variable rate debt during inflationary periods is dangerous. When inflation rises, central banks typically raise interest rates to combat it. Rising rates increase the cost of variable rate debt. This can compress or eliminate the spread precisely when you expected inflation to be working in your favor. If your asset lacks pricing power, meaning you cannot raise rents or prices to keep pace with inflation, you lose the inflation hedge that asset ownership is supposed to provide. A property in a declining market where you cannot increase rents even as your own costs rise is not an inflation hedge. It is an inflation exposure. Properties in growing markets with constrained supply and strong tenant demand provide excellent pricing power. Business models with strong customer relationships and genuine pricing flexibility provide inflation protection. Commodities and certain real assets provide inflation correlation, but not all assets are created equal in their inflation sensitivity. The sophisticated approach combines fixed-rate debt, which protects your cost of capital from rising with inflation, with assets that have genuine pricing power, which allows revenue to rise with inflation. When both conditions are met, inflation becomes a structural ally, accelerating the wealth-building process. Chapter 6. Become the borrower. Banks compete from supplicant to sovereign. There are two entirely different experiences of the credit and lending process. In the first experience, you apply for loans and hope to be approved. The bank holds the power. They decide your fate. You adjust your requests to fit their criteria. If they approve, you accept whatever terms they offer. If they decline, you scramble for alternatives. In the second experience, you have built a profile so strong that lenders actively want your business. Multiple institutions offer competitive terms. You negotiate from strength because you have alternatives. You select the best structure from among genuine options. The bank needs your business as much as you may want their capital. Moving from the first experience to the second requires intentional cultivation of your credit profile over time. This is not accomplished quickly, but it is accomplished systematically by anyone willing to apply the right principles consistently. Your credit profile as a financial asset. Your credit profile is not just a number, it is a financial asset that determines your cost of capital, your access to leverage, and your negotiating position with every lender you ever engage. Like any asset, it requires investment, maintenance, and protection. A borrower with an excellent credit profile accesses capital at meaningfully lower rates than a borrower with an average profile. The mathematical difference over the life of a significant loan is not trivial. It can amount to tens of thousands of dollars or more, and that difference is entirely controllable. Payment history is the single most powerful determinant of your credit profile. Every payment made on time, every month, every year, builds a track record that tells lenders something important. This person honors their commitments. This person is predictable. This person represents low default risk. Every late payment tells a different story, and that story is expensive, persisting in your profile for years and affecting every borrowing decision you make during that period. Pay every obligation on time. Not because it feels virtuous, because punctuality is a financial decision that affects your cost of capital for years. Credit utilization tells lenders how close to maximum capacity you are operating. High utilization suggests financial stress. It suggests that you depend on available credit to manage your daily obligations. It signals fragility. Low utilization, maintaining significant available credit that you choose not to use, signals control. It communicates that credit is available to you as a tool and that you exercise discipline in its deployment. Aim to use no more than 30% of available revolving credit. Below 10% is even more powerful for profile strength. Depth and diversity of credit matters for demonstrating that you can manage different types of credit obligations simultaneously. A mix of installment loans, such as mortgages and auto loans, alongside revolving credit demonstrates breadth. But do not open accounts randomly to manufacture diversity. Open accounts when they genuinely serve a strategic purpose. Length of credit history rewards patience. The longer your responsible track record, the more confidence lenders have in the reliability of that track record. Closing old accounts can inadvertently shorten your apparent history and reduce profile strength. Maintain older accounts even when not actively using them. Liquidity as a lending signal. Banks evaluate more than credit scores when making lending decisions for significant borrowers. They evaluate the totality of your financial picture, and cash reserves play a meaningful role in that evaluation. A borrower with strong cash reserves signals something important beyond creditworthiness. They signal that they have capacity to absorb temporary disruptions without defaulting. They signal operational discipline, since maintaining reserves requires consistently spending less than you earn. They signal a conservative approach to their own finances that predicts responsible management of borrowed capital. Walk into a lending relationship with substantial liquid reserves, and you communicate strength. The bank is less concerned about default risk. Your negotiating position improves. In some cases, institutional lenders will offer better terms to borrowers who demonstrate substantial liquidity alongside strong credit, because the combination makes default scenarios significantly less likely. This is counterintuitive. Many people believe that needing a loan means you do not have much cash. But the strongest borrowers often have significant cash alongside their lending request. They are not borrowing because they are short. They are borrowing because deploying debt alongside their own capital is strategically superior to deploying only their own capital. Building lending relationships intentionally. Lending is not just a transaction. At higher levels of borrowing, it becomes a relationship. And relationships matter because relationship lenders, particularly in commercial real estate and business lending, have meaningful discretion in how they evaluate deals, structure terms, and respond when temporary challenges arise. A lender who knows you, trusts you, and has a history of profitable and trouble-free transactions with you is more likely to offer favorable terms proactively, work with you constructively when unexpected issues arise, and give you early access to opportunities that may not be broadly marketed. Building these relationships requires the same qualities that build any trusted professional relationship: reliability, honesty, clear communication, follow-through on commitments, and genuine respect for the other party's interests. When you say you will provide documentation by a certain date, provide it by that date. When you encounter an issue, communicate proactively before it becomes a problem. When a deal performs as projected, acknowledge the lender who helped make it happen. These behaviors distinguish you from the vast majority of borrowers and create a reputation that opens doors. Do not treat every loan as an anonymous transaction. Cultivate relationships with lenders who specialize in the asset classes you focus on. Let them understand your strategy, your track record, and your goals. Relationships built on trust and consistent performance can be worth more over the long term than any single favorable rate. Chapter 7. Deploying debt into compounding machines. The difference between assets that grow and assets that compound. Not every productive asset is a compounding machine. This distinction is worth understanding clearly because it determines the ultimate leverage potential of your investment choices. A productive asset generates income or appreciates over time. This is good. It is better than holding depreciating liabilities. But appreciation and income generation do not automatically compound unless the income is reinvested into additional productive assets. A compounding machine is a productive asset whose income is systematically reinvested to acquire additional income-generating capacity, creating a cycle where production compounds upon itself over time. The first investment produces income. That income funds the next acquisition. The next acquisition produces more income. More income funds further acquisitions. Each cycle produces exponentially more than the one before. Time becomes the most powerful force in the entire system. This is why the early stages of strategic leverage feel slow. One property cash flowing modestly feels insignificant. Two properties feel only slightly better. But at some point, a threshold is crossed where the system begins generating enough surplus to fund meaningful expansion without requiring constant personal capital injection. At that threshold, momentum takes over. The system begins feeding itself. Reaching that threshold requires two things that are simultaneously simple and difficult. Positive, spread on each leveraged position. Consistent reinvestment of surplus rather than consumption of it. Both conditions must be present. Positive spread without reinvestment produces income that flows through and disappears. Reinvestment of negative spread positions just compounds losses faster. But when both conditions are present simultaneously, what results is one of the most reliable wealth-building mechanisms ever documented. The reinvestment discipline that changes everything. This is where most people who understand the theory still fail in practice. They acquire the productive asset, they generate the positive cash flow, and then they spend it. Upgraded lifestyle, better vehicle, more expensive habits. The cash flow arrives and immediately flows back out, redirected from compounding into consumption. And the compounding machine stops compounding. The investor who reinvests surplus consistently, even when the amounts feel modest, even when the temptation to upgrade lifestyle is strong, even when friends and family are upgrading around them, and the pressure to match those signals is real, that investor crosses the threshold into exponential growth, while others remain on the linear path. This requires a specific kind of patience and self-awareness. You must recognize the temptation without judgment, acknowledge that the desire to enjoy the fruits of your discipline is entirely human, and then consciously redirect that energy toward the longer-term objective. One practical approach is to establish automated reinvestment systems. When surplus from productive assets arrives, it routes automatically to a designated reserve or acquisition fund before you have the opportunity to make a consumption decision. Automation removes the moment of temptation by removing the decision point entirely. Another approach is to permit modest lifestyle increments tied to portfolio milestones rather than income milestones. When the portfolio achieves a specific cash flow target, you allow a specific lifestyle adjustment. This links reward to structural progress rather than to income, which keeps consumption aligned with genuine wealth building rather than with short-term earnings. Long-term thinking as an economic advantage. One of the most consistent findings across studies of wealth accumulation is that time horizon matters enormously. Investors who can think and plan in decades rather than quarters or years consistently outperform those who optimize for short-term results. The reason is simple but profound. Compounding is a long horizon phenomenon. The dramatic acceleration of compounded growth happens in the later periods, not the early ones. A compounding curve appears linear and unimpressive for years before it begins the exponential phase that produces extraordinary outcomes. An investor who evaluates their leveraged portfolio on a quarterly basis and becomes discouraged when early results appear modest may exit the position before reaching the point where momentum takes over. An investor who entered the same position with a 15 to 20-year view would experience the same early plateau, remain patient through it, and eventually find themselves on the steep upward slope of the compounding curve. This is not about ignoring performance or refusing to monitor results. Monitoring matters. Adjusting course when fundamentals change matters, but there is a meaningful difference between monitoring intelligently and reacting emotionally to short-term fluctuations that are entirely consistent with long-term productive positions. Train yourself to think in decade increments. When evaluating a leveraged position, ask not just what this produces this year, but what trajectory this is on in 10 years. Given realistic assumptions about income growth, expense management, and value appreciation. The answer to that question is often far more compelling than the answer to the short-term version, and it will help you maintain the patience that compounding requires. Chapter 8: The Psychological War of Debt. Why the math is the easy part. Here is something that experienced investors will confirm from their own history. The mathematics of strategic leverage is not the hard part. The math is learnable in a weekend. Spread calculation, yield analysis, stress testing, cash flow modeling. These are skills that any diligent person can develop in a few months of focused study. The hard part is psychology. The hard part is the emotional experience of carrying significant debt, watching markets fluctuate, managing the gap between your current reality and your long-term vision, resisting the continuous pressure to upgrade lifestyle and consume surplus, and maintaining disciplined consistency through periods when nothing seems to be working and everything around you seems designed to trigger emotional responses. Financial psychology is not taught in schools, it is not discussed in most investment books. And its absence from the conversation is why so many people who understand strategic leverage intellectually still fail to execute it successfully over time. Fear, the paralysis that costs more than bad decisions. Fear of leverage keeps many capable people permanently on the sideline. They understand the math. They recognize the opportunity. They see people around them building wealth through strategic debt, and they cannot bring themselves to act. The psychological cost of this fear is enormous and invisible. It does not appear on a balance sheet. It does not generate a specific loss event that can be identified and analyzed. It simply prevents the accumulation that could have happened year after year, compounding silently into an outcome that was never reached. Fear is not irrational. Debt is real. Obligations are real. Markets are uncertain. These are legitimate concerns. But fear becomes economically costly when it prevents calculated action based on realistic analysis of favorable risk-reward positions. The antidote to fear-driven paralysis is not reckless boldness. It is thorough preparation followed by calculated action. When you have stress-tested a position extensively, verified positive spread under conservative assumptions, confirmed adequate margin and reserves, and made a clear-eyed assessment of the downside, the remaining uncertainty does not warrant permanent paralysis. It warrants careful entry with full awareness of the risk profile. That is different from fearlessness. It is courage built on preparation, overconfidence, the danger that arrives after early success. If fear is the primary enemy at the beginning of the leverage journey, overconfidence is the primary enemy after early success. Success in leveraged investing does several things simultaneously. It generates real financial rewards that feel validating. It creates a sense of mastery that may or may not be fully earned. It generates social recognition from people who notice the results. And it reduces the perceived risk of future positions because past positions worked. All of these dynamics push toward increasing risk, reducing margin, expanding leverage, and lowering the analytical rigor applied to new decisions. And this is precisely when structures built during overconfidence are most vulnerable. The most dangerous investor is not the novice who knows they do not know. It is the intermediate investor who has had enough success to feel certain but has not yet survived a significant downturn with their structure fully exposed to it. That investor often carries more risk than they realize because their risk management practices have softened as their confidence has grown. The discipline required is to maintain rigorous standards regardless of recent performance. Stress test every new position as though it were your first. Maintain conservative leverage ratios even when the temptation to stretch is strong. Keep reserves at or above minimums even when surplus feels like it wants to be deployed. Apply the same scrutiny to deal number 15 as you applied to deal number 1. The market does not give discounts based on prior success. Every new position carries its own risk profile and deserves its own full analysis. Ego and the comparison trap. There is a specific emotional dynamic that destroys leverage discipline in a particular way: comparison to others. You see a peer expanding aggressively and appearing to succeed. You feel behind. You feel that your disciplined, margin-respecting, carefully structured approach is costing you growth relative to the person taking bigger swings. You begin to wonder if you are being too conservative. This is the comparison trap, and it is extremely effective at disrupting the patient discipline that strategic leverage requires. Here is what you almost never know when you observe someone else's apparent success in leveraged investing. You do not know their reserve position. You do not know their actual cash flow after all expenses. You do not know how much personal capital they have injected to maintain positions that were not cash flow positive on their own. You do not know what their structure looks like under stress, and you do not know what the eventual outcome will be, because outcomes in leveraged investing often take years to fully materialize. What looks like bold success in year 2 of an aggressive expansion may look quite different in year 5 when a market correction tests whether the underlying structure is sound. And by that point, you may be years ahead in building the structural wealth that was less visible but more durable. Compare yourself to your own plan, your own goals, your own progress against your own baseline. Do not compare your internal reality to someone else's external presentation. The presentations are curated. The spreadsheets are private. Chapter 9: When to hold debt and when to eliminate it. The evolution of a sophisticated, high borrower. The strategy that serves you best at one stage of wealth building is not necessarily the strategy that serves you best at another stage. Leverage is a phase-dependent tool. Understanding which phase you are in and what that phase demands of your debt strategy is a mark of financial sophistication that relatively few people develop. The acquisition phase is characterized by limited personal capital, strong appetite for growth, and the structural need for leverage to enter markets and begin building position. In this phase, debt is a primary vehicle for expansion. The key discipline is ensuring that each leveraged position meets the spread and margin requirements before commitment. Debt is fuel for an engine that could not run at full capacity on personal capital alone. The optimization phase is characterized by an established portfolio generating meaningful cash flow, accumulated equity across positions, and a growing track record. In this phase, the focus shifts from simply acquiring positions to refining the structure of existing positions. Refinancing opportunities become relevant. Debt maturities require proactive management. The quality of individual positions matters more than raw quantity. You are managing a system, not just accumulating assets. The maturity phase is characterized by substantial equity, diversified income streams, and genuine optionality about whether and how to use leverage at all. In this phase, debt is optional rather than necessary. It is deployed only when a genuinely compelling opportunity presents a spread and risk profile that makes leverage clearly superior to cash acquisition. The priority shifts from growth toward capital preservation and income stability. This does not mean zero leverage. It means selective, conservative leverage applied only where it clearly and substantially outperforms the alternative. Most people never clearly identify which phase they are in, so they apply acquisition phase thinking to a maturity phase portfolio, or they apply maturity phase conservatism to an acquisition phase opportunity. The mismatch between strategy and phase is expensive in both directions. Calculating when to pay down versus when to redeploy. One of the most practically important financial decisions for a growing investor is this. When surplus cash is available, should it be used to reduce existing debt, or should it be deployed into new positions? The answer is not categorical. It depends on the specifics of both the existing debt and the available opportunity. If existing debt carries a high interest rate, particularly consumer or high-cost commercial debt, paying it down often produces a guaranteed risk-free return equal to the interest rate being eliminated. If the next available investment opportunity produces a spread that clearly exceeds that rate after realistic analysis, deploying into the new opportunity may be superior. If not, debt reduction provides the better risk-adjusted return. If existing debt is fixed rate and low cost, and a new opportunity presents a genuinely strong positive spread, the case for redeployment may be compelling. Paying down a 3% fixed-rate mortgage when a new position can realistically generate 8 to 10% net yield after accounting for its own debt service represents a clear opportunity cost argument for redeployment. The framework is straightforward. Calculate the guaranteed return from debt elimination, which is the interest rate. Calculate the realistic risk-adjusted return from new deployment, not the optimistic projection, but the stress-tested conservative estimate. If the deployment return clearly and substantially exceeds the debt reduction return, and you have adequate margin and reserves, deploy. If not, reduce debt. Apply this analysis each time you make the decision rather than adopting a blanket policy. Markets change. Rate environments change. Opportunity quality varies. The correct answer is the one that maximizes risk-adjusted return, given your specific circumstances at the specific moment of decision. The emotional satisfaction problem. With debt paydown. Here is a psychological dynamic worth naming explicitly. Paying down debt feels satisfying in a way that deploying into new leveraged positions does not. There is something emotionally appealing about watching a balance decline, about the simplicity of having fewer obligations, about the identity associated with being debt-free. This emotional appeal can distort financial decision-making. People pay down low-cost productive debt aggressively, not because the numbers support it, but because it feels like progress. They eliminate a 3% mortgage while foregoing an 8% yielding opportunity, effectively costing themselves 5% per year on the capital deployed, because the feeling of debt reduction was more emotionally satisfying than the feeling of portfolio expansion. This is not wrong in absolute terms. Peace of mind has value. Simplicity has value. The emotional benefit of reduced obligations is real and matters for some people at some stages of life, but it should be a conscious choice made with full awareness of the financial cost, not an unconscious default driven by the emotional pull of debt elimination. Be honest with yourself about when your debt reduction decisions are driven by genuine financial analysis and when they are driven primarily by the emotional comfort of owing less. Both motivations are legitimate, but they produce very different financial outcomes over time, and you deserve to make that choice consciously. Chapter 10. Diversify or Collapse: The Leverage Expansion Rule. Why concentration destroys even. Strong structures. The most common way that disciplined, intelligent, leveraged investors lose significant portions of their accumulated wealth is not through individual bad deals. It is through concentration. Having too much exposure in a single asset, market, geography, or income stream that suffers a disruption simultaneously. Concentration creates the illusion of simplicity and control. When you deeply understand one asset class, one market, one type of investment, the idea of limiting yourself to that domain feels like expertise rather than risk, and there is something to that. Mastery of one domain before expanding to others is genuinely valuable. But mastery of one domain without any structural protection against that domain's specific risks is not sophistication. It is a single point of failure. And single points of failure in systems carrying significant leverage can be catastrophic. The 2008 financial crisis destroyed investors who held their entire net worth in residential real estate, leveraged to the maximum. The COVID pandemic devastated investors whose entire income stream depended on commercial hospitality properties. The technology sector correction of 2022 crushed investors who had leveraged themselves into technology growth assets without exposure to other economic sectors. In each case, investors who had diversified across asset classes, geographies, and income types experienced disruption. Investors who were concentrated experienced destruction. Strategic diversification versus random diversification. There is a meaningful distinction between strategic diversification and random diversification. Random diversification, owning a little bit of everything without a coherent structure, often produces mediocre results across the board, dilutes your ability to develop genuine expertise in any area, and creates complexity without proportionate risk reduction. Strategic diversification involves deliberately selecting exposure across asset classes, markets, and income types in ways that are specifically designed to be non-correlated, meaning they do not all respond to the same economic conditions in the same way at the same time. When residential real estate weakens in one market, commercial real estate in a different market may be stable. When equities are volatile, real assets may provide shelter. When one business sector faces regulatory headwinds, another sector may be accelerating. When one geography faces economic contraction, another may be expanding. The goal of strategic diversification is not to eliminate all exposure to economic conditions. It is to ensure that no single set of conditions simultaneously disrupts every income stream and asset position you hold. Achieving this requires thinking across dimensions, across asset classes, residential, commercial, business, financial, across geographies, different cities, regions, or even internationally if appropriate, across income types, rental, business revenue, dividends, royalties, across debt structures, different lenders, different maturity dates, different rate structures. Each dimension of diversification reduces the probability that a single disruption can simultaneously affect everything you hold. Staggering debt, maturities, specifics, practice. Most investors overlook. Here is a specific, actionable practice that dramatically reduces rollover risk in a leveraged portfolio. Deliberately structure your various loans to mature at different times. Rollover risk occurs when multiple loans mature simultaneously. At those moments, you must refinance or repay all of them in the same rate environment, which may or may not be favorable. If multiple properties or business loans all come due in the same year, and that year happens to be one of elevated interest rates and tightened lending standards, you may face difficult refinancing decisions for your entire portfolio simultaneously. Staggering maturities means that in any given year, only a portion of your total debt comes due for refinancing. If rates are unfavorable at that moment, you refinance a portion of your portfolio at those rates while the rest continues at its existing terms. In subsequent years, when conditions improve, you refinance the next tranche at better terms. This practice converts what could be a simultaneous structural vulnerability into a series of manageable decisions spread across time and market conditions. It is not exciting. It is not visible to anyone outside your balance sheet, but it meaningfully reduces a risk that destroys portfolios without warning. Chapter 11. Timing the market versus timing your structure. The obsession with timing and why it rarely serves investors well. If you spend significant time around investors at any level, you will encounter the market timing conversation repeatedly. Is this the right time to buy? Are we at the top of the cycle? Will rates go up or down? Is now a good time or should I wait? These are natural questions. They feel important, and they are almost completely unanswerable with any useful precision. Markets are complex, adaptive systems influenced by millions of actors making decisions based on information, psychology, and incentives that no single analyst can fully model. Expert economists with decades of experience and access to enormous amounts of data consistently fail to predict market timing with any reliability that outperforms a patient, long-term approach. The people who appear to have timed markets brilliantly usually demonstrate, upon closer examination, a combination of genuine insight, significant luck, survivorship bias, and selective memory. For every investor who bought precisely at the market bottom and sold at the peak, there are many more who tried to do the same thing and failed in ways that never make headlines. Here is what you can control: your preparation, your structure, your reserves, your analytical rigor, your patience, your emotional discipline. None of these things are certain to produce a specific outcome at a specific time, but all of them dramatically increase the probability of favorable outcomes over long time horizons. Structural timing. Acting when your personal financial architecture is ready. The most actionable form of timing available to individual investors is not market timing. It is structural timing, meaning deploying capital when your own financial structure is ready to support the decision soundly and refraining when it is not. Structural readiness includes having adequate reserves to service debt obligations through a period of disruption, having positive spread that survives realistic stress testing, having diversified income sufficient to maintain stability if one stream is temporarily disrupted, having a credit profile strong enough to negotiate favorable terms, having the emotional stability to hold through short-term fluctuations without reactive decisions. When all these conditions are met, there are very few market timing arguments that should prevent entry into a well-analyzed position. When one or more are absent, even the most apparently favorable market timing should not override the structural concern. This reframing from "when is the market ready" to "when am I structurally ready" moves the locus of decision-making from an uncontrollable external variable to a fully controllable internal one. It replaces speculation with preparation, and preparation consistently outperforms speculation over meaningful time horizons. Entry, laddering as an alternative to timing decisions. One particularly useful strategy for individuals who struggle with the uncertainty of entry timing is laddering, also called dollar cost averaging in the context of financial assets. Rather than attempting to identify the optimal single moment to deploy capital into a position, laddering involves committing to a disciplined schedule of acquisition over time. You might commit to acquiring one additional property per year for the next 5 years regardless of the market conditions, provided each acquisition meets your spread and margin requirements at the time of acquisition. This approach means you will acquire at different points in the cycle. Some acquisitions will happen at more favorable valuations than others. Some will happen when rates are lower, some when financing conditions are better. But across the portfolio of acquisitions built over those 5 years, you will have smoothed your entry across market conditions rather than concentrating everything at a single, potentially mistimed moment. The result is not the optimal outcome if you had perfect timing, but it is consistently superior to permanent paralysis waiting for perfect conditions that never arrive, and it eliminates the enormous opportunity cost of the extended market timing wait. Chapter 12. Beyond Income. building systems that outgrow you. The ceiling on time-dependent income. Every person who depends entirely on their personal labor for income has an invisible ceiling. That ceiling is set by the product of hours available and the value generated per hour. Both of those constraints are fundamentally limited. There are only 24 hours in a day, and realistic productive hours are far fewer. Even at very high hourly value, the mathematics of time-dependent income creates an upper boundary that cannot be breached without changing the fundamental structure of how value is generated. Strategic leverage, when developed to its full potential, is not primarily about replacing your labor income with asset income. That is a meaningful step and genuinely valuable. But the deeper transformation is building systems where income is generated by processes, structures, and assets that function independently of your direct daily involvement. This is the transition from investor to architect, from managing assets to designing systems, from producing income to directing systems that produce income. Designing for scalability from the beginning. The difference between an asset and a system is scalability. An asset generates income. A system generates income and can expand that generation with minimal proportional increase in effort or management complexity. A single rental property is an asset. It generates income, but acquiring additional properties requires proportional increases in management attention unless you deliberately design the management structure to scale. A property portfolio with standardized processes, systematized tenant screening, automated rent collection, professional management protocols, and clear maintenance workflows is a system. Adding additional properties to that system requires minimal additional management infrastructure because the processes are designed to absorb new units without creating proportional new management burden. The design difference between the asset and the system is made at the beginning, not retrofitted later. When you acquire the first property, you can choose to manage it ad hoc, responding to each situation individually. Or you can choose to document every process, create clear protocols, build management infrastructure that anticipates growth. The first approach is faster in the short term. The second approach enables scale in the medium and long term. Investors who design for scale from the beginning find that their 10th property requires dramatically less marginal management than investors who manage their first 9 properties ad hoc. When borrowing to expand a system rather than simply acquire individual assets, the economics change. The debt funds infrastructure that generates multiplied returns, not just proportional returns. This is where leverage becomes truly powerful as an engine of accelerating growth. The identity shift from worker to architect. There is a specific psychological transition that many successful investors struggle with even after they have intellectually understood the concept of systems-based income. That transition is from defining your contribution through personal effort to defining your contribution through structural design and strategic oversight. In most professional and social contexts, personal effort is celebrated. Working hard is a virtue. Grinding is admired. Being involved in every detail signals commitment and dedication. The cultural narrative equates personal effort with productivity and contribution. Building systems challenges this narrative. When a system is generating income while you are not directly working on it, there is sometimes a vague feeling of not earning it, of benefiting from something you did not personally labor for in this specific moment. This psychological discomfort can cause investors to maintain unnecessary personal involvement in operations that should be systematized, preventing the scalability that makes systems valuable. The reframe required is simple, but requires genuine internalization. Your contribution when you design and build a system is the design itself. The strategic thinking, the infrastructure creation, the process documentation, the management, architecture, these are your labor. The ongoing automated output of the system is the return on that intellectual and structural labor. When a software engineer writes code that runs millions of transactions automatically, we do not say they are not earning their income because they are not manually processing each transaction. Their labor was the code. The code runs at scale. Strategic leverage in a well-designed system works the same way. Your labor was the design. The system runs at scale. Chapter 13. Financial sovereignty when you stop needing permission. Beyond independence to true sovereignty. Financial independence is the point at which your income from assets exceeds your living expenses. This is a meaningful and genuinely important milestone. It represents from the obligation to trade your labor for survival. Many people spend entire careers working towards this point and never reach it. But financial independence is not the final destination. Independence can be fragile. A single concentrated position suffering a major disruption can threaten an independence built on narrow foundations. A single economic event affecting the specific asset class you depend on can suddenly make the income that covered your lifestyle inadequate. Financial sovereignty is something more durable. It is the condition in which your financial structure is genuinely resilient to plausible disruptions, where multiple income streams from diversified assets and systems continue flowing even when some are temporarily disrupted, where reserves provide substantial buffer without requiring any income at all for extended periods, where leverage ratios are conservative enough that market